This is Scott Donnelly.
Hi, Scott. Hear you fine. This is Joji and Frida.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody that's joined so far.
Morning.
Good morning, Joe.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you're not presenting, if I can ask everybody to mute that's not presenting, that would be helpful. Greg Palmer, are you online?
I am.
Okay, will you be monitoring this or the safety summit?
I'm with you the whole time.
Okay, great. Just tell me when I should go ahead and get started.
You're good to go now.
Good to go now? Okay. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our first Lean Summit. My name's Joe Gianfrido, and I'll be a facilitator for the day with some great background support with Greg Palmer and Rob and Kyle and the team here at CURT office. I'm down at the CURT office as well today, transmitting here. See if we can. Okay. Some things as we get started with the agenda. Basically, your voice matters, so we do want to hear from you. The way we're going to handle questions and answers for all the speakers that we have lined up today is there is a chat box at the very bottom, should be at the very bottom of your screen. If you have a question, if you could send it in via chat, Rob or I will catch those questions, and then at the end of each of the speakers, if we have time remaining, we'll take a couple of the questions there. Then after the morning presenters, we will do a panel Q&A for a continuation of questions and answers and interactive dialogue, and then take a brief break of 30 minutes about noontime, and then from there move into the afternoon session. And the same procedures will proceed at that time, is we'll take questions via the chat box. We'll catch those questions at the end of each of the speakers in the afternoon. We'll address a couple of the questions as time allots, and then we have Q&A set up at the end of the day after the 3 speakers this afternoon. And then we'll do a brief wrap up, and we should be targeting to be done by 3:30. This will be the time to provide opportunity to ask questions, share your values and ads, any relevant information to improve your business, share perspectives from the industry professionals. We have architects, engineers, construction companies, trade partners, and insurance providers on this call within the audience and within the presentations. You're going to be seeing characteristics and benefits of TACT. You're going to see the utilization of Lean in the design process, yielding quality and focusing on the quality connections. We're going to see benefits of integrating Lean with quality and tying quality into the integrated process of Lean as a total asset of the program. And then we're going to get into the value of the construction community and the practices of the Ohio Valley chapter at the end of the day. So that's why your voice matters, and we have close to 70 people online or coming online here today. So let's go ahead and get started. We have a great lineup of speakers. You should have received a CURT app to download to your phone. All the presentations today and the bios of each of these speakers are on that app. So rather than tie precious time up and take time away from the speakers, go ahead and download the app if you have not. A lot of folks were on the call yesterday, have the app. It'll show the agenda and the process that we'll be doing. What I'd like to do is go ahead and get started with our first set of speakers. It'll be Merck Company, Scott Donnelly, and Al Schwarzkopf, and DPR Construction, Charlie Dunn. Charlie, you have to request share. Okay. Charlie, Al, Scott.
Yeah, so this Al Schwarzkopf, I'm just gonna get us started. I just want to talk a quick safety moment. You know, one of the things that we talk about is, from safety and when we're looking at TACT and what we're trying to do is just really, looking at prefabrication. Prefabrication is a key enabler for TACT planning and other things along those lines, but it also has some larger ramifications on the overall health of the worker. When you do prefabrication, what you're really doing is rather than taking the worker to the work, you're taking the work to the worker. You're bringing it down to a proper level where they can work on it fairly safely and be able to take ergonomics into consideration. So just quickly, there's other benefits. We talked a little bit about it yesterday for those that were on the call yesterday in the CURT meeting. Work-related muscular skeletal disorders are a real chronic problem for the craft worker. And so if we can do those types of things to make it so that those are minimized, will overall improve the health of our craft worker and show that we really care for the craft worker. So again, it feeds into the TACT planning and what we need to do, and it really is an enabler for what we want to do. So
Yeah,
that's
I would just chime in with Al that another thing that we're aware of on the GC side and working closely with trade partners is sensitivity to the loss of the knowledge worker in construction. And a lot of these long accidents contribute to that early retirement from construction and moving to another industry. So as we create a safer industry, we'll also be building a smarter industry.
So moving on, I just want to, the three of us, Scott Donnelly is with Merck. He's a peer of mine and a longtime friend. Charlie also just wanted to let you see a little bit of us. We weren't able to get Scott's picture of him actually playing the guitar and singing in front of a bunch of groups, but this is us in our personal home environment. Me with my wife, Scott. Again, he's an avid guitar player, and then Charlie with his German friends. So
yeah, this one actually, it was in India at the IGLC, International Group for Lean Construction. That's Janusz and Marco, two guys. Janusz at BMW, Marco at Wiesenberger, who've taught me a lot about TACT. So, and we kind of today wanted to keep this more as just a conversation. One of the things I'm grateful for is I know Al and I know Scott because of TACT. They brought us together, but it was kind of built some friendship with common interests in performing better on construction projects. So kick it off by understanding some of Merck's journey. Before we get to that, if you guys haven't seen this is worth just noticing. Resonated for me because I think the first success, which is going to kind of be our first conversation, is maybe sometimes the easiest thing. The harder conversation is how do you, or harder win is to get the follow-on successes. So we've done it once. We've had a lot of calls from all over the country about how to use TACT during this time. So it may be that COVID-19 is something that propels us forward to creating a standard and not just an occasional success.
Yeah, and I also want to just kind of jump in real quick on that and say, Greg Sizemore is asking, what's COVID-19 really done for us as far as changing what the new norm is, what's the new ask upon CURT for what we're doing. And I keep rephrasing it back to him, saying the plan was already there. COVID-19 just highlighted the importance that it is. You know, and lean and project delivery and the committees that are already in place for CURT are going to be key enablers for us to address that. Shifting gears into Merck, you know, Merck journey. We've been on a transformational journey for our engineering solutions provider. This is Global Engineering Solutions we're the arm that provides the new equipment, provides the new facilities for Merck. And we started back in 2010, 11 timeframe, really going back and asking our C-suite, what is it that you want to see from your engineering organization? And around 2014, we came out with this model and what we needed to do. And the C-suite basically said, you know, we need our engineering firms to support the world-class supply in our research and development groups. And every dollar we spend on our facilities is a dollar that we're not spending on our patients and that we're not spending in developing new therapies and new drugs. So we need to be cost effective in the way that we want to do that. And from there, we basically said, that's the overarching goal. That's what we need to do. And we drove it into really three what we call WIGs, you know, widely important goals in what we need to do. And it's built on two cornerstones or two posts that are there: lean delivery and finding the right business solutions. It's centered around our people, and then we have 4 or 5 techniques that we need to be able to do in delivering those. First being target value design and target value delivery. The other one being integrated lean delivery in the way that we do that. We've always had a strong quality and safety culture. As a matter of fact, one of the mantras within our company is safety first, quality always. We want to standardize the processes that we do and have standard learning. And then finally, we do not do this alone. We need to be able to build teams of our people very quickly and effectively, because every project has a new set of teams. So these are the things that really drive us in the tools and the techniques that we go to. Next slide. Those tools and those real 5 enablers in what we need to do are built on tools. And these are just a subset of some of the tools in the lean journey that help us to deliver on each of these types of things. And you can see they'll build on each other and keep going. And this presentation, we're going to really focus primarily on prefabrication and TAC planning. Spend most of our time in TAC planning, but there's other things that really drive in what we're trying to do. So I'll just leave it at that. Don't want to spend all the time talking about our history. I want to talk about what we're really trying to do. The thing that we got to remember, though, is it's ultimately about value in what we're trying to do. And each corner of our business has a different value perspective in what we're trying to do. And there's going to be a healthy tension that's being done at all times, and part of our process is focusing around that healthy tension, and how do we make that work for everybody. And we've got to have space for the culture that is within each of our client organizations to grow, along with the culture that we're trying to build within the teams on that. And so maintaining that intention, a healthy tension, healthy conflict is always going to be important in what we need to do. And I'll just give the example. You know, trying to be innovative is very much, and doing things for the first time is new and creatively is very much opposed to standard work and trying to do things in the same method. So there's a healthy tension between innovation and compliance. And so we want to be innovative, but we still want to be able to deliver quality results.
Good. It's been great to kind of come alongside and be part of this goal to build for culture. I'm not going to say a lot about DPR. We're a technical builder. These are 5 core markets. One thing I'll say about being a technical builder is that it is humbling. The challenge of our projects often leave us facing problems that are bigger than us. And the great thing about that is that we're then pushed into relationships and seeking solutions, outside our company, often outside our industry, and then even globally. And TACT has kind of been that kind of journey for us. I want to move quickly into a couple of points about TACT, and then we're going to get to Scott, who's kind of the meat of our conversation because he was point on this first big success. But make a point here about what's wrong with how we work today. If we were to fix one thing about how we work today, and what we observe is often our work is like this. We have a start point and we push to the end. There is a kind of a momentum that the project takes on, and we don't intentionally work like this. And I owe this drawing to Dave Marquette, who's author of Turn the Ship Around. He put it up at LCI 2018, and I had done a similar drawing to try to describe the value of TACT and what we need to create in our work to fundamentally change how we work is a pause, an intentional pause, and an intentional reflection. So do we pause and do we reflect? And TACT gives us this rhythm to every week, or if we're on a daily TACT, every day, pause and reflect and improve to create that space or that opportunity for lean ideas to take hold. A few distinguishing features of TACT that I'm not going in depth on, but that as a experienced planner and scheduler, as I began to learn and run more projects using TACT, just observed. TACT automatically controls our inventory because we've created spaces and assigned scope and time to those spaces. It manages space. CPM is blind to space without a lot of workarounds. TACT, as you create your trains and then the cars that hold scope of work in those trains, you're managing space. As you do that, you're also optimizing your resources. We had a senior claims guy just recently observe a team doing TACT, and he said they don't even know it, but they're doing the best productivity planning I've observed in my career. This concept for me came from the Germans: planning, steering, and controlling. We're used to planning, the forward-looking effort. We're used to controlling, the forensic, backward-looking effort. Did we do what we were supposed to do? Often our systems do not allow us this opportunity to steer, to make those daily adjustments to stay on plan. It limits our impacts. A TACT system, when it's built correctly, focuses on this scope in this area in this week and not allowing those impacts to ripple through the rest of your plan. You can't cheat. I wanted to throw up a picture of the Houston Astros here. Apologies to friends. I've got some who are good Astros fans, but this is a personal awareness for me. The first TACT project I did for BMW, we had an out of the gate problem, and I started to go back to my natural instinct, which was, let me go into the future, adjust some sequence, adjust some duration so we hold to a key milestone. Expose the fraud in that thinking, that really what I'm doing is I'm stealing from tomorrow to pay for today's problem. With TACT, you focus on fixing the problem today, starting each Monday on TACT plan. And then it's highly visual. And here, we can't take you to the Merck South San Francisco project with 4 trains and sometimes up to 200 distinct crews working on work faces, that Scott was a part of, or some projects that Merck has going on now in Durham. But it kind of feels like this. What's going on here? This is at Charlotte, U.S. National Whitewater Center. Once COVID is lifted, any of you that visit Charlotte, I'd love to meet you and go rafting. And I truly mean that. That's not a Southern y'all come. That's a legitimate, hey, reach out to Charlie and we'll go rafting or watch some. What's happening is we've gone through a trip talk. We've had communication that wasn't visual. And we've been instructed to high side when the guide calls it out. So at the back of the raft is the guide. He's here. And I'm next to him, and we're high siding. Usually it's downriver because upriver is going to catch the edge of the boat. But what happened here is we've got 5 tourists in the boat with us, or for the sake of our analogy, perhaps they're inexperienced trade partners. They miss the communication. They're not high siding with us. And the force of the water, like the force of a project, is eventually going to take over and we'll all be swimmers. When we're rafting, it's fun. This is kind of what we show up for. And a project with careers and economic and potential, with Merck life-saving medications and their delivery timeline at stake, this is not where you want to be. So a plan that is visual, that ensures repetition and learning is a must. Now we'll get to some conversation with Scott about this great project at South San Francisco.
Good morning, everybody. Can you all hear me? Actually, you're all muted, so I assume you can hear me okay.
Yes, we're here.
Okay. So thank you, Charlie. Interesting enough, I wrote down a few things that you just said to kind of lean into this, or to lead into this. And I had never done TACT planning or lean per se. We've done full planning, last planner, but no one's ever really said, hey, we got to do TACT time. So this project in San Fran, which you see here, I believe this is the rendering, but believe it or not, it actually looks exactly like that. Excuse me. We were asked to do this faster than almost any other project Merck has done. It's a research facility for leading edge discovery research. So in San Francisco, which you can imagine the company wanted to get it online very quickly. So what we started out with was a standard kind of idea that we're going to do our normal processes and then get going, and we'll use TACT. But we realized that's not going to work, and we started realizing that you need to do lean approach right out of the gate. And we've done other things where we've said we'll do TACT planning on top of what we're doing after the fact, but it doesn't work that way. We as Merck and the team that put together to do this project were very specific in how we wanted the team to behave. We wanted, if you remember the slide that Al was talking about, there's 5 things that Merck's trying to do in our lean journey, and that's build good teams, integrated project delivery, and have high quality and lean delivery or flow. And one of the things that I've learned through all this is people use a lot of different tools for lean. And what I realized is you can't just say I'm doing last planner or I'm doing TACT time or anything like that. You just say I'm doing lean. And that's not really true. Lean means flow, right? If you're doing lean, that means you've developed your execution from business case to, right, as you see on the screen, what you're going to build, to how you're going to design it, how you're going to build it, how you're going to start it up, how you're going to move people in. And if you have flow, then you have lean. If you're doing a last planner, and hang on, don't advance too far, guys. If you have last planner, then you have tools. If you have TACT time, you have target value design, you have tools, you don't have lean. So on this project, which you can see from the screen here, it was a 7-acre site. The blue area is our building. The left side, or the longer rectangle, if you will, is a 9-story tower. And the right side, which we call the podium or the amenities, is a 3-story tower, and they connect in the middle across at the cafeteria. The whole thing is about 300,000 square feet. I apologize, I forget the square footage of the garage, but it's about 400 to 550 parking spaces. It's 4 levels. So what we did was we had a developer in charge of building the building, and Merck came in as the full tenant to fit out the building. We were starting our concept in January of 2017, and we moved the first people in, and we started our concept and our BOD. Excuse me, started in January 2017. We started our first fit out construction. The building was in the process of being built in the middle of 2017. We started our construction in February of 18, and we moved the first people in February of 19 on all, essentially 12 floors of the building. So if we can go to the next slide. So how did we build this building in basically less than a year? I misspoke, I apologize. We did basically we fit out one floor per month, essentially. We moved in the first 3 floors in 12 months. And then we moved the rest of the people in 2 months later. So what we did was we worked with all the trades. We broke the typical floor. The left side is the first 3 floors, which did not go across to the other side of the building. And then the right-hand side is the typical floors from floor 4 through 9. And we worked with all the trades. We put all of their different stuff together, and we came up with these areas of work. And what we did is we worked through each area of the building right around in a U. We loaded the building. We started off in area 1, area 2, area 3, area 4, and just went right around the building. Same thing on the first 3 floors and on the second 3 floors. And each trade for all the MEP had the entire area to do what they were supposed to do. Next slide. So this is an example of the different scopes of work that were done. This looks like the HVAC drawing and layout. We call these color ups. So each trade partner comes to the table. They show a floor's worth of work that they need to install. And that's part of the data collection. And then you start to break this floor into the zones like you saw on the previous slide. And what you'll realize is what works good for one trade does not work necessarily good for the other trade. So when you start to overlay those area maps that you saw on the previous one, you'll see where the boluses of work are. And then you either adjust the size of the area or you adjust the size of the trade's crew to get to where you level and balance the workload so that you can get done in whatever time frame you established. For those who haven't done TAC before, it turns out that a 1 week or a 5-day TAC is probably the right starting point, and you try to balance your work areas and your crew sizes to a 1 week's amount of work. And that's basically because people can wrap their head around it's one area. I mean, it's 1 week. You can do planning starting Monday. You can summarize on Friday. You have the weekend as buffer and the nights to, not buffer, excuse me, as makeup time to make sure you do stay on your scope of work and complete your TAC, the work in the TAC time and in the area. So as I was saying, it takes a lot of effort to get the TAC plan established and to get it flowing, right? Remember, one of the lessons learned that we'll get to more on the slides is we kept using the term TAC planning, TAC area, and it was confusing people on future projects. So what we started to do is say we're really trying to have a production plan and a flow of work. And it takes everybody. This is one of our Wednesday morning TAC sessions where it's all the general foremen and foremen for the trades, all the project management for Merck and for DPR, who was our EPCM, and all of our startup and C&Q people. And you would go through vertically on a week, where are we at in all the things we're supposed to do? And you can see there's a leader in the room. He is the head CM for DPR. And they're looking at what's done, what's not done, and looking at the area map and saying, what do we need to do to make anything up that can't be done? Do we need to coordinate after hours work, weekend work, or is it small enough you come in the morning and take care of it, and you work together as a team to make sure in general, the bolus of the work gets done per plan and continues to flow. And the circular flow chart on the left is really a continuum of data, working in the zones, balance the work, team agreements, and then refining it. And the refining in the team agreements happens daily and weekly once you get started in the field. Next slide. So the other thing that gets tricky when you're asked to go really fast is how do you make sure that you instill quality in the work, right? And tack time, it started out, things were going in so quickly that we realized we need to get our startup and our commissioning and qualification resources staffed up so we can walk these systems down. And items being broken up and reviewed and installed as one system is the way we used to do it in a manufacturing building or in an office building. But when you have pipes going in one week, duct going in the next week, and then a ceiling going in the following week, you don't have the time to get up there and check it without popping all those ceiling tiles or not being able to see it at all. So when you break it into the tacked area, your quality checks can start sooner, and you can do a rolling completions list, which is RCL, and tack walks on a weekly basis with your EPCM, construction management group, and your startup commissioning agent, and walk it down by tact and punch list it and make that part of completing your tacked work. And that's part of the improvement, that you can actually start walking tacks down in the middle of the week, and then by the end of the week, you've got a rolling completion list that they can finish up, and it's very small. The other thing is what's being reviewed in the field and what can be reviewed before installing. If you can back up one more second, we did a thing called, defining features of work. We had a lot of high-end finishes in this building. So we did right first time, or excuse me, first in place is what we called it. So we had very high quality paneling that had to go in various parts of the facility. We made sure at the shop we did quality inspections of the fabrication. And then after the first few walls were installed, we inspected them before we did the rest of the building and said this, and we punch listed it. We said, this is the first in place, and this is the way we expect it to look for the rest of the building. Same thing with this stair. We did a mock-up with the stair, decided on paint colors, the way the glass handrail looked, the way the treads looked, before we fabricated a stair that went 5 stories in the building. And we'd also inspect the first section that went in before they installed it all, because it was a very high quality, very visible piece of work. So that's one way that you can bring quality in, along with tact planning and workflow, is that you plan for how the stuff goes in. You can set up the quality guidelines as it goes in before you install too much of it. And then that is the guiding principle. And in a way, it's all about setting expectations from the owner to the EPCM to the trade to the worker. And that's
good, Scott. We've had a question come in, and I think this might be a good slide to address the question. So what is different with tack planning versus pull planning? And one way I describe it is you still utilize the principles of pull planning, but you do it before you start work. So you identify, you're essentially committing to a system of, delivery of flow. So you're doing your pull planning much earlier. You're not accepting that we're going to figure it out 2 to 3 weeks before.
Right. So I look at this in a couple different ways, and I've also I'm trying to figure out how to articulate this answer because it's not an easy answer, and I don't want to confuse people. Because I think you need to understand pull planning and last planner before you understand tact time planning, and that's why I like to use the term production flow or production strategy, because you can build a production strategy before you do an entire pull plan on an area. Pull plan usually insinuates you have a milestone, you put in a sequence of work that leads up to that milestone and durations. And then if you can't meet that duration, you start to work backwards from that and see what has to get done and what can get done in parallel, or what has to get done quicker, more resources. So they kind of work in tandem. But one thing that I've always been told was, well, we don't know how to do a TAC plan because we don't have dates and we don't have the design done. And that, in my opinion, couldn't be further from the truth, because if you don't have an overall strategy and sequences of work with your trade partners of who's going to work when, where, and start breaking the building up into pieces and understanding how you're going to build it, and then build it out on a chart just like this one, you won't know you have a problem until it's too late. So pull planning allows you to meet a date, and it helps you get the sequence of work. TAC planning allows you to set up that work in a standard fashion, to where every week the crew does basically the same type of work in a different spot of the building. And you can see by their colors, they move from area to area at a waterfall type way, and they improve and they learn as they go, and they get better and better and better at installing the same type of work.
Right. With another key difference that you're holding to a standard space and standard time, that creates a rhythm and flow. Another thing from a GC perspective we appreciate is the clear field communication. So if you think back to being on that raft, how to stay out of that situation is you have this type of visual communication on every floor on boards. People know what's supposed to be working in that area during that week. And then now we got a couple different punchlines, Scott, we want to make sure we get to. So this is one. When I first met Scott, he didn't know I was coming to the building. I didn't know he was going to be there. He said, hey, I've got to talk to you about how TACT is going on this project. And they were maybe 40% in on construction. But essentially the punchline is this. The IPA benchmark was it should have been a 39-month project. They planned to bring it in 24. It should have been 18 months of construction. They planned to bring it in 12, and they did those things. They were able to accelerate both the design as well as the construction safely and with predictability.
Right.
And this is actually a clip, Scott, from that document that you had in your drawer, because I came back later to see Scott and I was like, Scott, I've told people this story and they don't believe me. So what was the basis of that 39 months?
No, that's real. We had an IPA benchmark done, and we were told it would take 39 months to do our project, and we did it in 24.
Right. And then we're going to go quickly over this, but there was also a real ROI with prefab documented on the project. So prefabbed in a Phoenix digital building components factory and with in-wall rough-in versus stick-built in South San Francisco. But Scott, I want to make sure we get time to show them where we are now. Another cool story you can imagine, this awesome wood that came in. This is a trade that's very concerned about damage. And their comment to our general superintendent is they'd never been on a project where they felt more confident and the space was more ready for them to do their work without damage or without interruption.
Scott, Charlie, Al, we are getting questions now. So what I'd like to do is continue with your presentation for the people asking questions. I've written them down, and we would like to come back at the end of the presentation as time permits, or move them to the panel. So if you can maintain your questions to ask, and I've written them down also. We have about 3 or 4 more questions that are being generated on this subject. So I'd like to go ahead and hold to the time and then move to the panel discussion on this morning.
All right. Yeah. And for the sake of time, I'm going to jump forward a little bit, Alan Scott. So I think now the challenge is there's been this first success. How do you make that a standard? So we've done some discussion, and this can come up on the panel about how you do the lean methodology and culture, what there is with lean in teams. And a big one is that what we call out as you work through those. And we know from lean, this is kind of common knowledge, but there's a difference between finding talent and creating culture. And how do you get that culture for continuous improvement? The place that we want to take you is now Scott Now's challenge is in Durham. There's actually 3 projects doing TACT. Scott will jump over DS3 and go straight to DS4. So if you want to give us a little background on DS4.
Right. So actually, just to be clear, it's really hard to explain all this in a short period of time. So I'm sorry if I'm long-winded. I'll be as quick as I can.
Yep.
So I came from San Francisco and then was asked to help the DS3 project, which is in Virginia. And they had a similar problem where they started off down a road with pull planning, but never really had a full production strategy. And then once the pull plan, once the trade started to fall behind, the team got focused on worrying about that trade. So they didn't do their production strategy soon enough. So the team lost the ability to build the rest of the project strategy. So we had a rush to get a strategy and then attack plan and build it as we went.
Right.
So we took that learning, DS4 in Durham, which is where I'm at now, and we looked at their area maps. Their building was twice as big as the one in Virginia. And what we learned is we can't use you can't just say we're going to chop up the areas of the building and use it for everything. You have to divide it up by phases, and these different charts are different areas of our building. This is the 2nd floor. We built it up in the 14, 15 areas that we're moving our high bay install through. And then if you look at our low bay or our plate rack install, the areas are different. And it's how we learned to build the strategy around the phases, as opposed to trying to keep all the areas the same. And you change it based on the density and the bolus of the work. Go ahead, Charlie.
Yeah. So I'm going to switch over here now and actually show the Excel. So this is real time in Excel. This entire scope of work, each area is banded. And you can see the flow, see the density of the information presented. And they've actually embedded, of course, images if we were to zoom in.
This is the entire project all in one file. Right? This is much, much bigger than the project I did in San Francisco, or we did in San Francisco, I should say. But what we did is we baked the overall strategy of things that were really important to get going and prove to ourselves with key equipment, which is the flow that Charlie's showing right now, that we can meet our overall schedule of the bolus of equipment. Right? So once we got that sets up the rest of the flow. And then if you look at the next section down, Charlie, we're not totally baked there yet. This is real time, and this is what's going on right now. Keep going a little bigger. There's a section of it doesn't look quite built out at the bottom, and there it is. It's all our systems for utilities and getting started up to support that. That's where the difference between TACT and pull plan comes in. Now we know how we're installing the major stuff, and then this is going to help us get our startup and our C&Q for all the utilities and support systems. But we have a strategy, but we don't have the detail baked. So that's the next detail step for the team. So you kind of break up the planning in chunks, and you kind of using pull planning and TACT planning together. And that's why I struggled to answer that question before. So sorry for
No, it's
Hopefully
good.
I
And,
helped.
and Scott, this is exactly what we're after. This kind of just conversation about what worked, and we appreciate the nature of it's a lot of ground to cover.
Just for
And
comparison,
we're learning.
that's a
Yes.
111-page P6 schedule versus that one file.
Right. Right. And actually, if those who can see my video, I have it in a smaller version on the wall. That's why I kind of changed up my screen. But everybody has this same chart. If you walk around our construction trailer, these are printed out everywhere, and they're also out in the building. And it's the start of everybody's workday is looking at that schedule.
So one other drawing I wanted to do, because it becomes where I kind of start talking about what we're learning from TACT. So if this is scope and this is time, when we increase our scope and our time based on a duration, whether this is in a P6 schedule or in a phase planning effort, invariably we also increase variance. So if you're in a 100,000 square foot area and you give yourself a month, you're going to have a high variance. The way we eliminate variance is we go to a small batch window where we have very high probability, and we include in that small batch some buffer. And this is what we've seen, is this power of small batch production flow planning gives us a very stable and reliable system as opposed to other planning methods. And now we're going to skip ahead, and maybe Al, you can finish it with us here talking about this other last important concept of geography versus math. That traditionally we plan with geography, and sometimes we get the math, but for TACT to work, we have to have this discipline of knowing our scope, our quantities, our productivity.
Yeah, I think you did it right, but it all starts with the math. You got to know how much manpower you have in the area and divide it up to be able to make sure that your areas and your sequence works. If you don't do the math, you'll never be able to get there. You can keep moving.
All right.
We only have a couple minutes. Couple of things key in there. Every TAC needs a buffer. Pay attention to the quality of life type issues. Block out your holidays and your week, and your weeks on there. Not every, there's a mantra on there. You tact what you can, you pull what you can't, and you push what you must. So, on there. So.
Yes, and I think in the panel session there'll be more time maybe for some of these QA. I guess maybe Scott and Al, talk to me about the genesis of this statement. Were you guys in a GES meeting, or
Right. So this actually came from DPR, I believe. Adam Franson will give Adam a plug here. But so you tact what you can. And tact, again, it means you don't just do tact, right? So it's a definition. It's a beat. It's you're putting work to a beat, right? Pull plan, right? You can say pull planning says I need to do X amount of work between now and this date, and the first 3 weeks I need to put up steel, and you do 3 weeks of steel in the whole area, right? And then the next 3 weeks you do your electrical, and the next 3 weeks you do your plumbing or whatever. In TAC, you say, you break that, if you have a big enough scope, you break it up into areas, and you say, I'm going to do my steel in week 1, I'm going to do my plumbing in week 2, I'm going to do my ductwork in week 3, and then if you have another floor, then you go down and in week 2, the steel guy moves from floor 1 to floor 2. Now he's constantly moving and working in small batch. That's tact. Full plan just says, I could have multiple people stacked up for 3 weeks, and he takes 3 weeks to do his steel. It might take 2 weeks to do electrical, and it might take 5 weeks to do the HVAC. So that's what pull planning is versus tact. And you would do the pull plans when the areas are much smaller, or it's a scope of work that's like, we call it outside battery limits. Like we have a spine next to our building with a pipe rack that we didn't bother doing anything as far as tact planning that and breaking that into areas. We just said, we'll put the steel up, and then once you get enough steel up, it takes as long as it takes, and then we'll bring the pipe fitters in and the electricians, and they just work in that area, and you don't need to work to that beat because it's not on the critical path. And then
Great.
push is
So with that,
what you
I do
must
think
do.
we need to give Dean the floor and some time. We did have a great input from Hal here that maybe we can finish with. That actually what we've done here is we've borrowed from Taichi Ono, flow what you can, pull what you can't, push what you must. And maybe that's the actual genesis of this statement. So Joe, I guess I'll stop sharing and give it back to you. But thanks so much, Al and Scott. Just for everybody to be aware, we had planned a 3-hour force simulation workshop to get into the details of TACT. Since we can't be together in person, this became a 45-minute, and I really appreciate Scott and Al's willingness to jump on and work on this presentation the last couple weeks. So.
Okay, Charlie, Al, Scott, thank you very much. Just to let everyone know, we do have several questions in. What I like to do is hold those to the panel. And for the presenters that just presented, if you can go on the chat box and take a look at the questions prior, that would help out to prepare a crisp answer as we move into the panel session following Dean Reed's presentation. So there are about 6 questions, great questions coming in. They're not going to be easy ones to answer, so I want to go ahead and take the time there. But let's give these guys a virtual applause for the great work that they've done so far. Okay, Dean, I see your screen coming up, and I'd like to turn it over to you. And go ahead when you're ready.
Mute.
Dean, I cannot hear you.
How about now? Can you
Yes,
hear me
I
now?
can. Now you're coming loud and clear.
Okay, let me get my presentation up. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, I see your opening slide.
Okay, great. We'll go.
Excellent. Your go. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And thanks for having me today. And especially for being able to follow the presentation that Al, Scott, and Charlie made. I think we can, my presentation is building on theirs, and there's a lot in there to build on. So let's get into it. You can see who I am, what I work on. I'm also with DPR, and I'm focused on integration and strategy and organizational culture. And if and you'll, I assume, get these slides and be able to, you know, get my email address in there and reach out to me.
Just to let everybody know, all the slides are posted on the area, and there is also a survey to be completed after each of the presenters on the app, the CURT app. If you have any difficulties obtaining the CURT app, let myself, Greg Palmer, Kyle Costco, or Rob know, and we can get that to you right away, and you can go ahead and access everything. Thanks, Dean.
Okay, so we're here, and what we're going to be doing is, I can get my, get back to my screen here. So we'll do a little setup, and then we're going to talk very briefly about TAC and Lean. We're going to talk about something called the simple framework. We're going to touch on capability building, and that'll lead us to improving, and then we'll be at the end. So this is the theme of my talk today, is let's make it better together. Simple concept, focusing on improvement. I am going to need your help for you to get something of value out of this presentation. So what I'd like you to do while I'm talking is grab your notebook, a piece of paper, pen, and as I go through this thing called the simple framework, starting in a few minutes, I'll begin with a high-performing building. I want you just to sketch out the simple framework as you see it on the screen as it comes up, piece by piece. And then you can start numbering in this way. The numbering doesn't, we'll come back to that, but mainly just draw your simple framework. Or if you happen to have the slides already downloaded, you can use that. So the second thing is I want you to just draw a simple 6-box grid and number it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And this is for capturing information you'll see in some photos later about people and things and what's happening for each photo. So I just need you to do that, because when we get to the end, there won't really be enough time. We don't want, better to do that as we move along. Okay, so tact and lean. So the question always comes up, and Scott and Al and Charlie addressed this actually. Lean equals the last planner as a question. And it's a legitimate question because lean construction was founded on the last planner system. So lean equals the last planner. I don't know how many conversations I've had in my career about this, answering this question. So the answer, of course, I think we all realize this, is no, it's not lean. It's actually a lean method. Okay, so it's not equivalent to lean. It's a method that we use, and it's a planning method that we use. And some of the chat questions are about where this fits: pull planning, last planner system, and we'll get to that later. So in terms of where we are now in the industry, our current state looks like the train on top. It's unreliable, sometimes chaotic workflow. That's already been discussed here. And what we want is a smooth, even workflow on the bottom. That's our future state, if you will. So pretty simple. We want to get away from the variability on top, chaos on top, and we want to get to smooth workflow. And Scott in particular has made that pretty clear in terms of talking about the Merck South San Francisco research lab, and now the new projects coming online for Merck. So I want to just touch on lean from Toyota's perspective. So lean is, for Toyota, it's in this triangle. It's this simple for them. It's all about an organizational culture. And so you have their philosophy on the base. You have a managerial role and a technical aspect to lean, and people development are in the center. So simple enough. And I think what I've heard from Merck particularly is that the way they think is very, very consistent with the way Toyota describes the Toyota production system. So, so let's just look at this a little closer and look actually at the definition that Toyota's, the Toyota Production System Support Center here in the United States presents for TPS, or the Toyota Production System. They described it at the last Lean Congress, which was the first time that I've seen Toyota come to a lean construction event in all my years of going to congresses and many other events. That TPS is an organizational culture of highly engaged people solving problems to drive performance. Just, you can stop right there. Organizational culture, highly engaged people solving problems to drive performance. That's what Toyota thinks. The Toyota production system, and Toyota production system is our model of lean. So the next sentence is that the philosophy underlies the technical tools that require the managerial role to build and sustain the TPS culture. So yes, let's go back to the last planner. That's a technical tool, and it requires a managerial role to use the last planner system. And I'll say one thing about what I saw on the project in South San Francisco, the Merck Research Laboratory, is that Merck, in the presence of George Cusack and Scott Donnelly and their team, really showed up, really took on this responsibility to create an environment where we could have workflow. They did not give up in the face of doubts by almost everybody that this could work, because this was new for the first time for us on a major project. So they really stepped up to the plate. So just moving on to really unpack this, we've got the philosophy is based really on respect for people and continuous improvement, and to produce value. And then the managerial role is to inspire and develop people, which is at the center of this triangle, to solve problems and improve performance. That basically, that's what Toyota managers are required to do. That's their job. And then the technical side is the tools are put in place to achieve just-in-time production practices and built-in quality, or JIDOKA, excuse me, to expose roadblocks and improve safety, quality, cost, and lead time. And so Al, Scott, and Charlie talked a lot about the use of visuals, and that's what that's about, to make knowledge and information visible so the team can see what the real state of affairs is. So that's Toyota, and that's lean, as far as I can tell. It resonates with me. I want to switch gears and talk about something else called the simple framework for integrating project delivery. And this is where I need you to find that piece of paper and that pencil or pen and start to draw as I go through this. So we're zooming out right now. We're on Zoom and we're zooming out to look at the big picture here. And that's really the point of this presentation, to look at the big picture, what's behind the use of TACT, what's required, in my opinion, to make TACT very, very successful on your projects. So let's look at that big picture. I believe, and as well as many others, Merck included, and most of the CURT organization, as far as I can tell, sees integration as a strategy to deliver high-performing buildings. And the best metaphor is the woven rope there. So that's what we're going to focus on here and take a deeper look at. Fortunately, this is really simple, especially when you sort of take a deep breath and realize that you must get to simplicity. Einstein's famous for saying that if you can't make it simple, you don't understand it well enough. So you've got to really try to understand what you're doing and get to the point where you can explain it and execute it simply. So let's go into this. And by the way, myself and 3 others, Martin Fisher from Stanford, Howard Ashcraft's written more integrated project delivery contracts than anybody else I know, and Atul Kanzode, who's heads all of our innovation and technology work at DPR, and is now a member of the management committee. We all collaborated and produced a book called Integrating Project Delivery, published in 2017, full of examples about what I'm going to not be able to really talk about. Fortunately, there's a 21-page summary that you can get free by going to our website at the address below. And I recommend to everybody that you actually start with the Cliff's Notes version right there. And then if you need to, you can buy the book, okay? So this is the simple framework for integrating project delivery. There it is. And again, you could, if you're really fast with your pencil, you can probably do it as I'm talking here. That's what I want you to have a sketch of by the time we're finished. So let's start to go through it. Let's start with a high-performing building and talk a little bit about that, because that is the starting point for integration, is the end, what we must deliver, just like it is for Merck, just like it is for everyone on this call, I believe. So what is it that we are going to deliver? So here's another picture of the Merck South San Francisco, Merck Research Laboratory in South San Francisco. And I want to take you through the definition that we came up with for a high-performing building. First is that it's a usable building. You can see some words there: safe, peaceful, functional, beautiful, light, open, comfortable, flexible, adaptable. Those could be used to describe a usable building. You may have different terms. But the point is, the building has to be useful, used for purpose, fit for purpose. So it also has to be buildable. So that's, it has to be constructible with no injuries, with high quality, delivered on time and on budget. So we've got all of those elements in place. So gravity still applies here. We have to work within the constraints that we have. So usable, buildable. The building must be operable. So I think we all probably have experience with beautiful looking buildings, very impressive, that turned out to be not as operable as we would have liked, as we hoped for, as we expected. And that's, as we all know from experience, an unpleasant realization, because by the time that's clear, it's too late to do a lot, except spend money, and sometimes a lot of money to make it right. So there's the labels there: safe, easy to clean, maintain, change out equipment, all the things that we associate with operable. And of course, for research labs, the requirements for operation are mind-boggling in terms of safety and security and clean standards. So usable, buildable, operable, and finally sustainable. And by that we mean the triple bottom line of sustainability, which is economically sustainable, it's equitable for the community, for society, and it's environmentally sustainable. And again, we're talking about a biomedical research laboratory, and this really fits in the definition there. So that's a high performing building. That's the starting point. So a building that's usable, buildable, operable, sustainable, or UBOS. Okay, that's it. 4 main criteria. So now we have our starting point. That's what we want to achieve. So what this simple framework is essentially a minimalist logic diagram, or an essentialist logic diagram. So only what is essential got put into the simple framework. So we work, back from our endpoint, and we asked, well, what do we have to do to actually end up with a high-performing building? And the answers became very clear once we took that approach. So we obviously have to actually fabricate and install and commission systems that are highly integrated. You cannot have a high-performing building if you don't do that really well. So this is what integrated building systems looks like. That's what was going into this particular building. This is actually what went into the Merck Research Laboratory, gather people together and communicate in a really a world-class auditorium space there. Highly integrated, many systems that really have to work well, as we all know from building these kinds of facilities. So again, just an interior shot of that building. Again, all in the context of delivering a high-performing building. So, okay, we've got, yes, absolutely, no question, integrated systems. So the next question is, are we done, or how do we get the integrated systems? And the answer was, we have to integrate our processes, our knowledge, essentially. And what does that look like? Well, it looks like this on the negative side. Many of you, all builders have a version of this truth, that buildings leak at the intersection of contracts. They leak where the contract didn't integrate, wasn't able to integrate the work of the team members. So that's on the negative side. Now this was an illustration that we created to really explain this or present this idea of integrating process knowledge as simply as we could. So we start with the definition of user value and the work of design. And those are 1 and 2. And that process, we're all familiar with it, and we know that it's not at all trivial, that everything depends on how well we do there. So we have that, and then we have later on in time, up to recent times, we've separated the value design question from the actual building. In design, bid, build is a contract type that actually requires that. In integration, you can't do that. You have to have the builder's knowledge, the fabricator's knowledge integrated into design, okay? That's the big difference. Another one regarding operability is you have to bring those people in also during design, not just to sit there and observe, but to have a voice, and they have to feel safe in speaking up. So you have to bring together the elements of a high-performing building into the process. So, and now we are seeing the triple bottom line, the stakeholders who are concerned with that actually also have to be involved up front and early. And this is how you integrate process knowledge. so that you can create integrated systems. So makes sense, of course. It's not news to a lot of us, but it's useful to have these things together. We're building a map of a different universe here. So the question was, came as we were working through this, well, what do we do? How do we integrate this process knowledge? And we realized that we can't create the same organizations that we've been using for design, bid, build, and even design, build. Much of the time is practiced as design, bid, build, in my opinion. So we have to create a different organization. Now, I like to start with Patrick Lencioni's organizational health pyramid because it's so important. And it starts with building trust so that you can master the conflict that you actually need if you're going to get a high-performing building. And so that if you master conflict, you can work up to achieving true commitments from stakeholders and team members. And that, of course, drives accountability, and that allows you to focus on results. Most people try to start at the top and maybe work their way down. It actually doesn't work that way. The geometry of the pyramid applies here. So I highly recommend Patrick Lencioni's Business Fables and the book, The Advantage, which spells all this out. So there's another triangle I want to show you. And this is the one for restructuring the organization. And it's a triangle that's very consistent, that is based on lean philosophy, lean thinking, and lean practices. And so it's an inverted pyramid. So we have the project organization that we're drawing here. It's designed for, this pyramid is designed for direct communication at 3 levels. So the tier 1 level are the work groups and the work crews, the people actually delivering value. Who've got the tools in their hands and on their computers, the people installing the work. And those are led by team leads and foremen, obviously, but we're talking about the people doing the work here. The second tier is one that is missing and on a lot of projects, or poorly staffed and resourced. And those are the coordinators. They tend to be part-time, not fully engaged, certainly not enough in actually looking at what's happening in the field and helping those crew leads, foremen, team leads and foremen solve problems. That's the role of the coordinators. And then finally, we have the project leadership team. That's where the decisions are made, but they're made with the benefit of direct communication from the crews through the coordinators into the project leadership team. I know we're used to OAC meetings, large meetings, which are mostly to share information about the project. Those are fine, but they are very poor for decision making, in my opinion, from what I've seen over years and years. So you can have your OAC meeting, use it as a communication tool, but the project leadership team, backed up by a senior leadership team, is actually where the decisions should be made based on this direct communication model. So, okay, we only have space on this screen for one more thing. And by now, some of you are suspecting it might have something to do with information. Absolutely correct. So this is the sort of the backbone, the essential logic for delivering a high-performing building: integrated information. So this is a pretty good illustration of integrated information. Everything on this hospital project was modeled down to a quarter of an inch, a quarter of an inch. We actually started with a different target, but we ended up going that far so that we could make sure that everything was going to actually fit together. This is a tremendous amount of information displayed visually. This era that we're in now is the first time we've been able to do it. And we all need to be leveraging this. Integrated information. This is using it actually to plan installation, foreman's meeting. And we have this backbone. The question is, how do we make this possible? And so what we realized was that we have to build a foundation, an alignment and framework for integration. And you'll see some connecting arrows, dotted arrows coming up, and from this foundation piece up to process integrated integration, the integrated organization, and integrated information. And that's because you have to have that commitment and alignment that make those elements possible in the simple framework. We'll talk a little bit more about that. Here's a good picture of, I think, what you have to do, what this really means. You have to give people a really good reason to shift from what they have been taught to do. And the bullet points capture that, I think, pretty well. But we really want this conversation happening. We want that people to be saying, we've got to work together so we can all succeed, okay? And that's when you start to hear those conversations, you know you're on the right path. And when you see that in your meetings, instead of people squabbling. So that's what that means. So just to look at the geometry of what we're talking about with agreement and framework, I want to show you this picture or this illustration. Where we're moving from is everyone having to look out for themselves, and we've created those contracts and agreements because we want to control cost. And the best way to do that is use single point of accountability. It's easy for us to keep track of. And then the rule basically comes down to notify the owner of problems and wait for direction, okay? Every contract, standard design bid build contract has that in there. And so when you have a problem in that case, what happens? Well, maybe some of you have been in this situation before. And what happens is you're left there. And it's not a happy place to be. So we need an agreement, a foundation for integration that forces everybody to pull together, gives us no alternative. So the geometry is different. So we have everybody in a bowl. They can't get out. And because why? We need commitment to trust and collaboration. That's the only way out in the integrated project. It's not an option. You have to learn to trust and collaborate. How do we achieve that? We spend time aligning our interests. Conditions of satisfaction meetings, terms of the contract, financial, the deal essentially is built around this. And then the what is agreement on terms to keep everyone together to solve the problems. So what happens in this case? Well, you get problem solving in this case because there's no other way out. Everybody is still together and can deal with the problems. So that's the foundation of the simple framework. There are 4 enablers for the simple framework, and I'll go through those pretty quickly here. So the first one is to be able to measure the value you're creating from day one. So we have to, everything that we do has to be connected to producing the high performing building. And we need to be able to know and see visually whether we're on track with that. And those have a direct impact on the delivery of the high performing building in the integrated systems. So this is a good example. This isn't rocket science. We've all done this before, but it's the trick is that we do this for ourselves only. And typically this kind of productivity information results in the look ahead plan are not published weekly so that everybody understands what's going on. And some of the questions around tact time and last planner I think are very good. Actually, I think of last planner system as what got put in the box when we started with lean construction. We just focused on it as if it was lean. And tact is actually what wasn't in the box that I opened up when I discovered lean construction. It wasn't there. We've only gotten to that recently. So now we can use last planner, the use of metrics on plan percent complete, our analysis of constraints, productivity data, metrics, to keep ourselves on track and use the last planner system to protect our TAC plan. So the progress needs to be visual to all. There's no closed books in integrated project delivery. So we start there. And on the other end of the simple framework, we have visualization and simulation. And the measuring value and visualization and simulation are tied together because we must make that value visual. And we must be able to see what we are building. So it has, those have big impacts on integrated information and the functioning of the organization. So again, some pictures. This is a collaborative design review session. There's BIM. There's a cross-functional, multidisciplinary team of people there reviewing the design as it was being developed and to construction level detail and critiquing that design, which is a lot of hard work and not necessarily something that designers have traditionally liked to do. So once they participate in this, they say, oh my goodness, this is my opportunity to learn so much faster and produce a really buildable design. So this is building that design using an iPad. Hopefully all of you have had experience doing this on your projects now. It is a game changer. So visualization and simulation, some room in the middle. Well, obviously, if what you don't want is to put a few young people in the corner to build a model, and the actual construction people, project managers, rarely talk to them. That's not the way to integrate a project. So we do that collaboratively, and if we can, we co-locate, or we find ways like we are today to come together using digital technology, or we actually common locate. So the builders go to the designers' offices early in the project. Later on, the designers, not just the few left behind for CA, but the actual design teams visit the offices of the contractors. That's common location. So this is a true co-location from where everybody was put together. I hope you've experienced this. It's really amazing when you have people together like this and you see the dialogue and what's happening, questions, problems, solving all day, every day in these kinds of spaces. It vastly accelerates. It's a huge time saver on projects. Then there's a small breakouts to map processes together, not just my process and your process, and they don't work together, but make them work together. So that's collaboration. The daily commitment meeting is definitely collaboration. And so that's a big piece of this. And finally, what we're talking about here that makes it all come together and what TACT is really about is production management. And that's very much a team sport. So it's we have a direct link to collaboration and measurable value, and it has a huge impact, obviously, on the systems that are built. So that looks like planning a project as a team. This is a pull plan. This began as a value stream map. Transition to a pull plan and eventually a production plan. So you can move across the spectrum in that way. And this was another big hospital project. The daily huddle, that is, as we know, as hopefully many of you have learned and seen, hugely important for keeping everybody on the same page. And asking 3 simple questions. There happen to be the Scrum questions. What have you done since yesterday? What are you planning to do by tomorrow? And what problems do you have that are preventing you from accomplishing your goal? The 3 questions that must be asked every single day for any work group or production team that you've got. So now we've talked about TACT and lean. We've talked about the simple framework. You've drawn that diagram on your piece of paper. Just want to touch on capability building because you can't really talk about integration here and now and TACT without thinking about capability building. So I just want to go through some basics, a definition right here. This is I find this a very useful definition. So it's the power or ability of an organized group to do something using effective routines. So it's ability of an organized group, not just individuals. And it involves creating effective routines for people working together. That's organizational capability as opposed to individual capability. We tend to focus in the industry on individual capability. That's a big mistake. That doesn't get you very far, in my opinion. So this is based on our researcher Takahiro Fujimoto studied Toyota longer and in more depth than anybody else that I know of, and this is from his work. So we have the simple framework, and obviously the simple framework, I explained it as a minimalist or kind of an essentialist logic diagram. It's not a process flow. You cannot use this as a process flow. Better to think of it as a map of a new world. But the way I really encourage you to think about it in relationship to capability building is that this is a set of interconnected challenges. So each one of these, of course, the high-performing building is the ultimate challenge, but each of these other pieces here is actually a challenge in and of itself. And they're all connected to make a system. So the good news is you can start anywhere. Maybe you have a great organizational capability with BIM, or maybe you have it with a lean methods, or you are really you have a great way of dealing with information visually. Anywhere you start is going to radiate out in a system because everything is interconnected. So we have this interconnected set of challenges in the simple framework. And this is Toyota's improvement capability. It's been discovered back in 2010, really, or came to Mike Rother brought this to our attention about that time after years of studying Toyota. And it's known as the Toyota kata. There's actually two katas. There's an improvement kata and a coaching kata to coach improvement. So two katas, or Japanese word for practice. So you have to do it in the right order. So you have to start with your direction or challenge. For Toyota, it's just in time and quality at the source. That's their direction. In regard to integration and really supporting the use of lean methods like TAC with using the simple framework, you've got a set of interconnected challenges, number one up there. And then number two, you have to come all the way back down, and this is really hard, takes a lot of courage and time, and that's to grasp the current condition. Best to do it by going to the place where the work is being done, talking to the people doing the work, seeing the work being done, reflecting on that. That's the way to understand what's really happening, the current condition, as opposed to the PowerPoint version of the current condition, the sales version of the current condition. Goodness knows in the industry, we're pretty good at that. But no, we're talking about grasping the current state. That's number two. Number three, back up near the top, establish your target condition. So like with the simple framework, for instance, nobody can do the simple framework as I depicted it, can say, oh, I am capable on every project doing this. That's just, I haven't seen that. And partly because you might have a kernel that in a particular company, but not all those people are on the same project. So you're creating that. We'll just leave it at that. So you're going to set target conditions that for each of the simple framework elements. We want to build a BIM model, a really useful BIM model, put it on iPads. That's my target condition for integrated information. For process integration, we're going to go to each other's offices. We're going to work shoulder to shoulder together. We can't afford co-location on this project. Integrated organization, well, there's no way around it. We've got to start with building trust, and we're going to create that inverted pyramid that Guy talked about, that CURT meeting. I don't remember when that was, but anyway, we're going to do that. And that's our target condition. And then it's a matter of experimenting your way there. We're going to try this thing and see where we go and how that works out.
And just doing a check with you. We're down to about 5 and got a lot of questions coming in. Thank you.
Cool, good, thank you. So I think everybody's seen a version of plan, do, check, act, or plan, do, study, act. That's the method for doing the improvements. So that's how we do that. That's how we move forward. So in terms of improving, this might be your homework assignment, so I think we can rescue the time here. So I'm going to show you some photos, and you'll have them available in your slideshow. But I want to go through them now. I want you to look at the photos and ask yourself these questions. Who's in this picture and what's happening in the picture? And then I want you to think about the photo and the answers in regard to the simple framework, okay? And now this is a chance to get back to your drawing and just number it this way. 1 is our framework at the bottom, our foundation. No number for high-performing building, that's our goal. So start with 2 at integrated systems, 3, 4, 5. The top row is a little trickier because we move right up from 5 diagonally to measurable value. We leap over as the arrow points to visualization, simulation. Then we have collaboration as 8, and production management, what we're really focusing on here, as number 9. So now here are the photos, and they happen to be photos of the first TACT planning meeting at the Merck Research Laboratory. So this is the first photo. It's number 1, okay? Remember I asked you to draw a simple table with 6 numbers. This is number 1. Who are the people and what's happening here, and how does that relate to the simple framework, okay? So number 2, looks like fewer of those people are there, a little zoomed in. What's happening, what seems to be happening there? There's some sort of plan. There might be some colors on that. Scott talked about this earlier. A big part of planning work, TACT. So number 3, yeah, we see, yes, yeah, they're actually drawing on that floor plan, one of many. And they look like they're pretty intent, these people here. Who might they be? And then, yeah, some of the same people. What's on the wall behind them? What is that? Why did they have that up? Okay, that's picture number 4. Number 5 is our rendering and our floor plan. And that's how it was put up on the wall at the end of the session. And that was one of the work products that you saw on the table, okay? That's number 6. So what's going on there? There's no people here on this picture, just a lot of writing, scribbling almost, arrows, different colors, designations of areas. So I think you've been given a lot of clues to that. So my point is, and this is really the homework assignment, is write the number of all the simple framework elements you saw in those pictures. So you had 9 different elements in the simple framework. You have 6 pictures. So write the number of all those elements of the simple framework in the box for each picture. That should just take you a few minutes. So for instance, in this one, you could say, well, number 7 and number 8 were there. They have BIM on the wall and they're collaborating. That's the level of this exercise here. It's like taking a driver's license exam. Best first answer that comes to mind. So that's the exercise. Those are the pictures right there. And I guarantee that it'll be worth the time you take to go through this exercise and actually place the simple framework in each picture. What do you see in terms of the simple framework? And people actually in their first TACT planning meeting for Scott's project. So then it's a question of, well, what are the right answers? These are the answers that I came up with. For most of the pictures, I found a lot of the simple framework in there. Of course, I'm biased, right? So try it for yourself without cheating, without looking at that. And the question is, I'll leave you with, is what will you improve to use TACT? and how will you do that? And that's the point of the simple framework. I think it gives you a place to start improving so that you can really benefit from TACT, because it's not just about the technique, the method and process of TACT. That's the mistake we actually made with the last planner some 25 years ago. We don't want to do that again. Thank you.
Charlie, thank you very much. Let's give Charlie a virtual hand clap. Okay, we have a lot of good questions that came in over the two sets of speakers. While Dean has been presenting, we've had Charlie and Al and Scott pull together your questions already, and they pulled together this presentation to share to answer those questions. So Charlie and Al and Scott, I've written the questions in sequence with who asked the questions. How would you like, from a process, answer these questions? Should I ask the questions in order that they came in, or what would you like to do?
So I guess, Joe, we've kind of got them in reverse order here. And then I've also got a couple that came in for Dean. So we can step through and answer them as they are on these slides. Maybe 5 minutes per slide.
Okay, we have the time.
Yep.
We have the time. I want to make sure we answer everybody's questions. So for those in the audience that asked the questions, let's let Charlie proceed with this tactic first, and the presenters from this morning. And if we did not answer your question, please unmute your phone and ask the question directly after. So Charlie, it's over to you and the team.
All right, great. So actually, I did cherry pick this one because there was a slide that we skipped in our lessons learned section that we'd actually prepared to talk to TACT and COVID-19. So the question was, this appears to be ideal for maintaining COVID era spacing. Have you used this as a tool for that purpose? Yes, and that was kind of what I hinted at on that cartoon about who drove the digital transformation of your company. COVID, I'm getting people calling me to ask about TACT. And again, this gets to the heart of that, that challenge that Scott and Al have at Merck. Even if you have that one success, getting other teams who've been successful to adopt it. So anyway, I'm getting calls from people who heard about TACT, seen the success stories, but have not yet adopted it, asking, all right, how do I learn this and adopt it to our project? And we see 4 key areas: social distancing with predictable results. So we're not giving up predictability, but we're maintaining social distancing. Adding in a cleaning frequency, similar to the way that Scott talked about quality checks as part of your TACT flow. Your cleaning frequency is part of your TACT flow. Time buffers, where you need to allow buffers for air exchanges, and then again, just the power of that planned visual control. So that was a great question. Now we've got another set of questions here.
I was going to add to that, though, that it is real, and in fact, if you can separate the people in the building by working in their area, and you don't have everybody all working on top of one another, it almost solves itself for the social distancing. So that's been proven on this DS4 project specifically for a fact.
Good.
And I would also add one other thing is you're keeping the people that are working closely together, staying closely together, as opposed to intermixing them with other crews. So even if you do have a one crew that gets hit, you're minimizing that impact to the
that is you're also improving your chances of a good investigation, and I forget what they're calling it in the news, the contact assessment, contact tracers or whatever they're calling it. It makes it easier.
Yep.
What else we got?
All right, so Pete has asked about, is TACT a chunk of work analogous to an installation work package and advanced work packaging? And I do see an opportunity here. Go ahead, Scott. Yeah.
So this is Al. I've actually had more conversations with the advanced work packaging group that's looking at this. One of the things that I would say they've been missing is the collaboration piece that Lean has been focused in on what they're trying to do, because a lot of these advanced work packages are one contractor, one discipline, one trade, you know, that you're going and doing, and having, unless you have a GC that's got all of the different trades that are integrated, that gets that advanced work packaging, it's not there. They recognize that's missing. They're starting to now come to the lean table and wanting to pull the lean practitioners in so that they can come and do it. So where advanced work packaging was really, you know, to the far left of where lean was, and lean being on the far right, and no political right and left on there, but they're now coming to the middle, and they're both recognizing what's happening. So TAC does have the advanced work packaging, and you know, the integrated work packages, which is the smaller work, definitely can flow into that.
All right, good. Then we got Ronald asking for repetitious work. Where's the learning curve drop off? I'm accustomed to after about a third installation, not much to gain from the learnings. I would like to answer this, and I'm going to toss it to you, Scott. I think there's an opportunity for learning from TACT that is a industry learning opportunity where Last Planner has not provided us reusable data. TACT gives us very valuable reusable data, so we can learn from project to project. The team on Scott's project went to an 11-story building, carried forward what they learned to that project. We have other TI examples, whether it's WeWork office space or healthcare space, where we now have the benefit of these repeatable TACT flows that we can apply to future projects. So that'd be one way I'd answer that question. And Scott, I'd be curious, where did your learning curve?
I interpret that a little bit differently. So yeah, if you look at it as the learning curve for TACT, I'm not sure it really drops off, because I've been touching many projects in Merck since the San Francisco project, because I've been asked to come talk to them or look at what they're doing. And I think every project is different. Even if you have an owner group that wants to do it the same way, every team makeup is different, and everybody's knowledge of lean and TACT and all these different methodologies or methods are different, and everyone's different on the continuum. So you always can learn something and improve on how you build the TACT plan, how you build your strategy, how you do your sequencing, how you do the math to figure out the best areas. But I actually read this differently from the learning curve of each group of crew as they move through the building and they're doing the repeated work. They learn very quickly, and you do get better quality, but you also find out the quality is, if there's a problem, you find it out very quickly, and then you fix it for the rest of the building. For example, the first time we did prefabricated walls, I think they got the first area of walls delivered. I think they got 4 walls up in 3 days because they had unforeseen problems or unforeseen things. The next TACT area, they got the entire section of walls up, and it was actually a bigger area in like 4 days. They got the whole thing done, and it took them like 7 days, including working nights and weekends, to get the first TACT area done because of things. And then they also, you don't fabricate everything. You learn from that, and then they adjusted their fabrication for the other 12 floors. So you learn as you go, and every installation is different. So I'm not really sure where that question came from, if it was the learning of the crew or the learning of TACT planning, but I would think you can always learn something.
Yep. Good. So next one from Brett. And Brett, you had 3 or 4, so we may combine a couple of these, but TACT assumes enough repetitive work, right? If you don't at first meet the TACT time, you keep it and assume improvement will get you there.
So I'm going to jump into this. The first assumption, what we've been hearing for years and years and years, is that lean project delivery or integrated project delivery is only for healthcare, because healthcare has got repeatable floors. They're doing the same thing over and over again. They're going hospital to hospital. It's just the same project with a little bit of the geometry trade. That's a complete myth. We're showing that it's a complete myth. I mean, the stuff that you see in DS3 and DS4, it's not necessarily repetitive work. The thing that you need to recognize is you got to chunk the right work and phase the work to be able to go and do that. And Scott, you can jump in, really with what you've been seeing with DS4 and just how much was there repetition as you've been doing this TAC planning.
Right. So you create the repetitive work by chunking the building and chunking the scope into the right phases of work. And then the repetitiveness comes from the sequence gets repetitive as you move across the floor. For example, high bay work, fire protection install, clean room install, right? As you get through it took a long time actually to figure out where the repetitive work was. And then we realized we got the areas wrong. And then we started not worrying so much about the size of the areas or how they were oriented, and we would change that up. And then you realize, oh, this sequence of work now can just completely flow right through, and people go from area to area to area in a 5-day TAC. So you have to work with the trades to come up with your repetitive work, and then you got to be able to sequence it to put it into a TAC. If you can't sequence it into a TAC, then you really just have a glorified pull plan, which is okay if it's an area off to the side, like an out of boundary limits, like a separate pipe rack or a separate tank farm or electric room or something like that.
And my other input here, and now when we do TAC training in the simulation event we're going to try to do and hopefully can do in the future, flow, small batch, stability and balance, eliminating waste and variance, these are planning concepts that apply whether or not your work is repetitive. So we are seeing value in the TACT approach. The value is amplified by repetitive work. And then also as we look at work steps, which we can bring in from work packaging, work steps are repetitive. Whether or not larger scopes are repetitive, you can also get that TAC benefit by understanding your work from work steps. So, but great question. So now we got Hal's question. How are you tying make-ready planning to your TAC plan?
That's a good question. Make-ready planning is a last planner term. And we're in San Francisco, our make-ready planning was done daily with the trades. We're talking construction. On DS3 and DS4 here in Virginia and in Durham, North Carolina, we've pulled last planner all the way up into the design world. So it kind of makes it a little bit difficult. But if we're sticking strictly with the construction trades and how you do your make-ready planning, we did in San Francisco, we did it basically verbally every day with daily huddles and 3 days a week with general foreman's meetings and a weekly TAC planning meeting with the project management and everybody involved. In these projects here, they're doing it a traditional way in Virginia with a last planner, end of the day daily huddle with the entire project. And on DS4, we're moving it to a little bit more focused to where we're using a software called Touch Plan, and the trades are going to be doing their daily planning in Touch Plan, and they're also doing daily verbal communication. So the make-ready planning should be happening verbally, and then also in a tool with the TAC plan itself and with what we're using in the Touch Plan.
I think the other thing that's in there is that, you have the train cars, you know what's coming. It's making sure that you've got the right sequence of materials and equipment and other things that are coming to support the right tact in what you're doing. In South San Francisco, you guys, I mean, you had to be very coordinated because there was only one crane to be able to get material up to the floor, and that was tact itself, just getting material to the floor. So it's planning those types of activities and making sure that the equipment and material can come at the right time and sequence.
Right. And I think some of the superintendents I reach out to about benefits of TAC, that feeds into when I did, the distinguishing features of TAC, that number one is it manages inventory, that a lot of our better teams, part of their make ready process is they stock the area for next week on Friday afternoon, that they've finished a successful week, and part of their make ready is truly stocking an area prep, quality checks as part of a Friday afternoon exercise. So Brett asked us to jump to his next, skip one question, go to his question about, was the production strategy developed together with key trades or prior?
Let me take that one. I'd say the production strategy for San Fran started out with some general discussions with the key trades, and then the DPR, EPCM put what we would call the straw man together, and then it was developed from there with all the trades in individual meetings and in group meetings, depending on where they were at in the process.
Right. Yeah. And I know as we got ready for this, one of Scott's points on lessons learned was making sure you create enough time early for each trade to do their own markups, and then coordinate those together to find the ideal zones and flow.
It is a very iterative process.
Yes.
And the other part that's really important is that it needs to be done before or in conjunction with the start of your detailed design effort, right? Because in theory, your detailed design effort is supposed to not be design development. It's supposed to be detailed design to construction documents. Well, one of the things that happened on these two projects I was referring to, if you don't have the production strategy and your tax strategy understood, you start detailed designing and you're spitting out information the way you think you should, but then you realize we're not providing the information that's really needed for the construction flow at the right time.
Right.
We were able to course correct on these projects, but it is key that your design has to, everything that you do from the start of your project to the finish is supporting that physical flow in the field, whether it's startup, whether it's building or not. Making design decisions is only part of it. If it doesn't get out at the right time, then you've interrupted the flow.
Good.
So you need the trades.
All right. Christina had a question. The differences in impact on TAC planning when you have a small number of trade partners versus a significant number of trade partners. One place we see this, Christina, is it's not even the number of trade partners, but it's the number and quantity of crews. But it is I don't know what just happened here. Give me a second. The transition from our rough-in phase on interior work to final finishes, we basically say the world changes. We have a much greater number of trade specialists involved. We have to have another onboarding, and we often are making micro adjustments to the TAC plan when we move that from that transition to rough finishes to final. Any other thoughts on that question? I don't know why I've stopped sharing here.
Yeah, I have your visual is showing, but not your slide. One of the questions was from Brian Knowles. Is this similar to Parade of Trades? That was one of the next questions.
I'm not familiar with that term, but it sounds like that would work. Parade of Trades means, I'm assuming, thank you, Al, I think it is, right? You got, if you have one piece of scope to do, you set up all the trades in a line and you get them in the right sequence, like a parade, who's first, who's last, and you get them going through those areas at the right time.
Yeah, Parade of Trades is designed to show how sequencing and level flow really goes as an iterative exercise. It's used a lot in last planner training. This is TAC planning and to Scott's earlier point, you really need to have a last planner type culture embedded in there to really be able to be successful with TAC planning. But that takes it and moves it to on steroids.
Good. All right. And then Brett was okay to skip his last. I think Scott kind of dealt with that on an earlier question. So now, Dean, we jump over to you. Pete DeMont asked about the contractual framework used for one of your example projects.
Well, projects that we've studied have had full integrated forms of agreement with all the terms supporting integration, financial incentives in line. We've had projects that were used traditional CM at risk contracts, projects that have been design build. The only one that I'm not aware of contract form, honestly, is design bid build. By definition, you're just making it impossible to integrate, or almost impossible. It's never quite impossible, but in that case, very difficult to integrate the process knowledge, bring the builders in early during design. By definition, design bid build doesn't allow that. But the other other contracts do. It's just that it's more difficult when your contract does not support what you want to do on the project. That's why we advocate for using an IFOA type of contract. Consensus Doc has them. There's custom versions that Howard Ashcraft writes for owners and their projects. Lots of ways to go about it, but still, that is that's not the norm. There are many, I think many of you in CURT struggle with aligning your project execution with the project procurement strategy. I'll just leave it at that. So,
good. Okay, and then this question from Jeremy, integrated information other than modeled elements, what information did you capture in the model? What was your process for determining what non-element information was important for capture?
Is that directed at me?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Well, BIM is certainly our best example. There's a lot more information that needs to be integrated. And it's not right now. So we moved forward with BIM. We continue to move forward with it. But the procurement information is usually very almost analog, captured in individual spreadsheets on individual computers. We don't really manage, as I haven't seen procurement in terms of deliveries being organized as a team. So advanced work packaging came up earlier, and advanced work packaging has been around for a while. And as Al said, it was developed outside of a lean perspective. It was not, it was just, it was pushing information in fairly large batches to the project. But Charlie's mentors in TAC, the gentlemen that were in the picture that he showed, the Germans, one of which is the trainer for BMW, TAC trainer, talk about work packaging, supporting and being aligned with the TAC plan. And as Scott said, you really have to integrate the information with your production plan. And so you do this production plan and then you find out that the information doesn't support it, and then your plan's at risk. So I would look, and I am looking, and as is Charlie, and I know Merck is too, to advanced work packaging, to let's say advanced work packaging 2.0. I'm just making that up. But it definitely points to integrating the design and procurement information that we need to support TAC.
So I want to jump into this one too.
Can I add something?
Yeah, go ahead, Scott. You go first, then I'll jump.
I was going to say one of the things that I was asked all the time is how do we utilize BIM? And one of the things that we found out with TAC, because you're moving so quickly, is that your BIM plan, it's almost not what do you model. The most important piece that I felt we learned as a team is everybody needs to know and understand what is not modeled. That's much more valuable, and you need to make sure people understand why the decisions were made for what was modeled and what was not modeled, because that's where you get into trouble. Because everybody starts to run stuff in the field, electricians in particular, because a lot of times they say, we're not going to model down below 2-inch conduit or 1.5-inch conduit. Next thing you know, you find out you got pipe racks full of 1/2-inch conduit running all through the building because they didn't want to model anything below 2-inch. Well, you didn't tell us you were going to take all your 1/2-inch conduit and put it on a 2-foot wide pipe rack and hang it below all of our access valves for all of our utility piping, right? Or blocking something else. So we actually had them rip stuff out and actually move it. And so I think it's really important that people understand what they're modeling, what they're not modeling, why they're not, and if you're not modeling it, what are you going to do to make sure you don't interfere with anybody else? So that's how I would answer that question of what you model, what you don't model.
Yeah, and Scott, I remember I had that conversation with you like a week before you turn over your first space. You said that's one of the biggest things. It's that it's more important what's missing, what's excluded than what's included. So we had one other question come in from Dave.
But before you go there, I just wanted to say one other thing. Back in 2000, I think it was 2017, the Lean Summit, and then at the following National Congress, we had Jamie Johnson from Brightonwood do a presentation on designing for manufactured assembly. There they talked about things like energy usage being put into the model and chips and those types of things. You can go back into the CURT archives, look at that if you're really looking at what other types of information to be put into the model, because that really, that was a very, very powerful presentation from Bradenwood out of London, Jamie Johnson, designing for manufacturer assembly.
Yeah, he's presented at the last 2 national conferences, Al, so thanks for bringing that up. We have one last question, as Charlie shared. It's the one in red. TACT and design from
Yeah,
Dave.
so are we trying to apply these principles to design to find repetition? I think.
I'd like to answer that differently, unless you have an answer already, Charlie.
Yeah, go ahead, Scott.
I was gonna. You don't necessarily. The TACT and design is actually a pull from construction. If you think about pull planning, right? Who's pulling the information, right? So if you have a TACT strategy or production strategy and you broke it into phases, if you do it soon enough or at the right time, or you can be able to work with the design team as you're building your production strategy and your project phases, then you need to be able to have the model sign off, right? That's really where it goes into the building flows. What we've learned is you have to time your model sign offs at the right time to give. In our project, it was 6 weeks, an area had to be signed off to allow the right MEP, spooling, designing, order materials, and get ready to install it in the field, right? So there's another thing with Lean, it's like, when is the absolute last time to make a decision? Well, for us, 6 weeks prior to needing that piece of pipe or conduit in the field, it had to be signed off and coordinated in the BIM model. So a designer can say he's done, but it's not done until that area that you're planning to start your construction in is physically coordinated and signed off in enough time to allow materials to be bought. So I wouldn't necessarily say you take your building and you divide it up and chunk it into and make your own design TAC plan. What you really need to do is flip it around and say, when does the field need this design done so that we can buy the stuff at the right time and deliver it at the right time.
Right, and that's what I observed on the QO Lab project that Al has there for Merck, where we were early enough in design that we created different lanes and priorities for design based on the TAC to meet the field demand. Another touch point is that the picture I showed with Janusz from BMW, he has built a TACT approach for design. They've not yet published on that approach, but they're doing some research. So there is, yes, all of us are aware, the more we get into focusing on construction optimization, that the real opportunity lies in design. So I think there are efforts now, and there'll be more to come for sure.
Okay, great. Those are the set of questions that we received for the morning panels. Thank you so much for all the audience sending your questions in via chat. Charlie and the team, great job for this morning. Let's give these guys a virtual applause, a shout out to everyone on the chat, to these presenters. What we're going to do is on the CURT app, there is a survey for the morning presentations. If you could take the time to provide us feedback, as this is the first virtual meeting of a summit that we've had, and we have safety going on in parallel on another summit virtual going on in parallel with this. We will start at 1 o'clock. Our afternoon speakers have logged on. I realize we've gone over, but I did not want to shortchange any of the solid questions that have been coming in to this team. So thank you so much. If you could stay logged in, I'm going to turn it back over to Palmer. He's going to have a video going on for the next 15 minutes. If you need a stretch break, grab a quick bite. We can't see it, just you can turn off your screen and just listen in. That'll be great. So see you at 1 o'clock sharp. Thank you.
Do you see the cover slide?
Yes, leaning into quality, Cincinnati, May 6th, Patrick Brady and Steve Sunshine.
Great.
Excellent. Okay, if you could do a brief introduction of yourself. We got Patrick Brady from Jacobs and Steve Sunshine from Jacobs. I believe that's in your slide deck, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. We're going to start on time and then continue to do it. I'll try to give you a 5-minute warning. I'll just chime in verbally about 5 minutes, 10 minutes prior to the end of the time block, just to give you a heads up.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. Over to you, Pat and Steve.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for allowing us to present to you today. We hope that our presentation will elicit a desire to utilize a lean approach to project delivery, not only in the field, but also during the design process. During the next few minutes, we will present the basics of lean as well as some real-world examples of how it can work. I'm not used to making virtual presentations, so please bear with me if I don't get the computer quite right. I had an incident later this morning where somehow it had changed languages on me. So bear with me, I think we'll be fine. So before we get started, I'd like to introduce my colleague, Steve Sunshine, and me. I am Patrick Brady, and I'm a senior project manager at Jacobs Engineering. I'm a chemical engineer with an MBA with over 4 years of experience in design, maintenance, and construction management. My first 13 years were spent in the manufacturing industry. Then I moved into what I like to call engineering for fun and profit. The industries that I have provided services for include chemicals and plastics, food and beverage, consumer products, and the life science industries. I have developed and taught courses in pull planning, integrated project delivery, and target value delivery. Steve?
Hi, my name is Steve Sunshine. I'm a project manager with Jacobs. Like Pat, I'm also a chemical engineer. I've spent about half my career on the owner's side and about half on the engineering side. My first introduction into lean concepts was with total quality management principles back in the 1990s, and continued to kind of learn since then. About 5 years ago, one of our clients was in search of a better execution approach, and that kind of restarted my lean journey. Since then, I've continued to learn and share, and I've been kind of the point of contact for providing internal and external lean training, facilitation, and coaching within the Jacobs Cincinnati office. Pat?
Okay, so before we get into the presentation, I want to talk a little bit about Jacobs' values. The following slide shows the focus of Jacobs during project delivery. We do things right, we challenge the accepted, we aim higher than what the customer asks for, and lastly, we live inclusion. So I just want to make sure that, again, a little sales spiel, but we do go out of our way to do better than what people expect. So from an agenda perspective, we're going to have a safety moment. Safety is very important at Jacobs, and we want everyone to be aware of our focus on safety. Today's goals and objectives. This is what you will hopefully get out of today's presentation. Jacobs and Lean. What are our qualifications and experience with this approach that allows us to actually talk to you today about this? Culture of the current industry. Why do things not go well on projects? Lean goals and quality. Essentially, what are the key benefits of Lean? And then quality examples. Some real life examples of Lean in practice. So we're going to move into the safety moment. And I call this safety around the house. This is a Chevy SUV owned by a family in Texas. One day they parked their vehicle in the garage, but left their phones connected to the car charger. During the night, the charger shorted and caught fire. Significant damage was done to the SUV. The bright spot in all of this, no one was injured. But from a standpoint, this is what their car looked like after the fire. So bottom line, unplug those devices. Do not let them stay overnight. So as far as goals and objectives for the next few minutes, I'm going to talk about our objectives and a little about our experience with lean execution. So what our presentation goals today are as follows. For those that are not well-versed in lean, it's an introduction to lean principles. Then we want to highlight how those principles are applied in the design process to improve quality, provide a few examples to promote discussion, and lastly, promote the ideal of the owner, designer, constructor partnership collaboration. So why are we talking to you today? So my apologies if this sounds somewhat like a sales pitch, but Jacobs has multiple years experience in multiple industries delivering lean projects. The electronics semiconductor industry, we have over 15 years experience. The facilities that we designed ranged in total installed cost, or TIC, from $14 million to over $1.5 billion, that's with a B, dollars. Depending on the project, some of the benefits that we were able to deliver to our customers were a 50% reduced labor cost over the previous project, reductions in peak craft usage by 25%, schedule reductions, and one project had a reduced facility footprint over the, quote, industry standard facility. And lastly, the ability to establish a guaranteed max price, or GMP, after 2 to 3 weeks of a collaborative design session, or CDS. In the life science industry, projects get a little more complicated because of the regulatory component. We have designed and delivered multiple facilities, anywhere from clean utility generation and delivery facilities to vaccine manufacturing, syringe filling and packaging lines, and purification suites. The average TIC for these projects was about $100 million, with the low being around $30 million and the high around $250 million. Most of the benefits in the life science market were tangible project schedule reductions ranging anywhere from 1 to 5 months. Lastly, in the consumer products industry, we have delivered both small, in the range of 1 million to 12 million TIC, and larger lean projects that were anywhere from 50 million to 250 million TIC projects. Typically, our consumer products customers do not have us track performance. However, on one project, we were given a shared savings target using an IFOA type contract. After the project was complete, using a lean approach, we had underrun the design budget by 15%, qualifying us for the shared savings. Ultimately, we saved the customer about 10% of their overall budget on the project. Bottom line here, we are on a journey where our clients want more in less time and for a lower cost. So why do projects not go well? If you look at the breakdown of issues identified by the Lean Construction Institute, you will see some of the major deficiencies that can happen on projects. I will provide a potential cause scenario with each characteristic. Doesn't necessarily make it that is the exact reason, but it is one of the contributors. Risk is high. Most participants executing the projects have their own agendas that don't necessarily line up with yours. In addition, management may provide help from above and interfere with your planned approach so they can work their own agenda. 70% of projects delivered late. Often the participants executing a project have different concepts how the project should be executed. With the potential differences in agenda, schedule performance has to be planned and executed by the team as a whole. 73% of projects go over budget. This is a common occurrence. Who is in control? Sometimes the right hand does not know what the left hand is doing, which allows the project participants to go down the wrong path. Rework and waste, high. Again, planning is often the key. For example, why does an electrician install all of their conduit instead of fitting it into the project when needed? They do it to save themselves money and reduce risk to themselves. Ultimately, they will get paid to make changes or to relocate interferences. Teamwork unreliable. As I mentioned earlier, everyone working on the project has different objectives and agendas. Without a common goal, teamwork is just a word. Customer not satisfied. This is usually caused by a misalignment of objectives between the supplier and the owner. Did the supplier actually take the time with the owner to understand their objectives? The general outcome is no, they did not. Lastly, profit margins shrink. The driver of business is to make money. Competing objectives almost always erode the bottom line. So we want to talk a little bit now about what is lean. So for the next few minutes, I'm going to present a general understanding of what lean is, and then I will turn the presentation over to my colleague, Steve, to get into examples on how this approach should work. What is lean? Lean is a culture of respect and continuous improvement aimed at creating more value for the customer while identifying and eliminating waste. Or as Taiichi Ono from Toyota stated, to produce the right product at the right time in the right quantity for the customer and to produce exactly what you need and nothing more. Steve?
Okay, thanks, Pat, for the introduction. When Pat and I were working on this presentation, we weren't sure just what the level of experience was going to be in the audience. So hopefully some of you that had more experience be a little more patient with the introduction. But I wanted to get into some examples. Can you go to the first slide, Pat? So before we jump into the examples, I just wanted to establish some groundwork. Pat and I spent some time talking about quality, and we wanted to frame it the way LCI had kind of organized the lean principles. So the items in blue reflect the key tenets, the goals within LCI's lean principles: respect for people, optimizing the whole, generating value, eliminating waste, focusing on flow and continuous improvement. Within my experience and the projects that we've been working on, there's a number of items that kind of address these, and it ends up being kind of a matrix structure, but I tried to identify a framework that impacted quality. One of the things when I'm working with new teams that I try and reinforce is starting with respect for people, just getting the team working together, learning to make reliable commitments, getting the right resources. If we can get those foundational elements in place, then quality starts to improve. And I'll talk that more in one of the examples. So as I go through the next couple slides, you'll see I'm trying to focus on these elements. So for those of you that may be newer to lean approaches, I hope this slide is helpful, something that you can refer to. Pat, the next slide. So I was looking at how to organize the examples, and a lot of the lean literature talks about A3 formats, and I had found this one, and I really should have credited it to the guy that I found it. I need to go back and do that. But this was a structure where we were generating A3, identifying the current situation, what the goal was, and the analysis. Those are all the planning phases of developing the A3, and then developing countermeasures and action plans was actually implementing, and then confirmation and adjusting the plan. So this is the format I want to use to talk through the examples, and you'll see that on the next slides. Next.
There we go.
All right. So this first one is a very simple, very specific example that occurred when the Cincinnati office was really beginning our lean journey. We had done some training on lean, and we were kicking off. It was a medium-sized project, about an $80 million facility, and I was managing the project, and we wanted to start using pull planning for the first time. And it really had an aha moment for us in how pull planning worked and seeing how it impacted quality. What we saw was it really changed the way we worked. It moved us out of silos, and we learned that creating a flow of information was hugely helpful. As engineers, we often see the flow of data going through a process. We complete design, we hand it off to the next discipline, and ultimately it goes through the process. But what we really learned in this example is there's really a counterflow. If we really study what happens at each handoff, we're starting to learn what the customer is requiring from us. And that's where the quality improvement happens. We get better information going to our customer. We started focusing on that more, defining what was needed, and improving what it was. So this was an early design example. Only had engineering involved during this handoff, but anybody that's using pull planning probably will see the similar kind of thing. We were in a project where the customer was wanting perfect data. They didn't want to see any rework. Our design was very much in silos. Like a lot of projects these days, a lot of the design was to be skidded, modularized. We were providing the overall concepts, but other folks were providing the detailed design. So we didn't have all the information. Obviously, schedule pressure, always there. and information was going to be coming later from the module suppliers. So a lot of pressure on us. The goal for this little exercise, again, respect for people and trying to implement reliable promising and reliable commitments as we did the pull planning, and creating flow through the process, because we weren't able to just complete the process design and pass it on to the next discipline. The problem we ran into specifically was that we had some milestones up on our pull plan board to have process complete all of the process data that was required for instrumentation in a single handoff. We knew that that wasn't really the most likely scenario, but we started with that as an approximation. As we were doing our daily check-in on Monday, we realized that we were supposed to be finishing this up on a Friday, and it just wasn't going to be possible to provide all of the information. There were other things going on in the project, other resources. So we started having a dialogue, how can we address it? And the instrument engineer brought to the team the fact that about 75% of the instruments we were working on were on-off instruments, and that the client was changing the spec. I don't know how many of this group work with instrumentation, but technology has been changing at an amazing rate lately. Models number change, a lot of things change all the time. So he was working through that. So we took that as an opportunity to look at how we had pull planned it and what the promises were, and see if there was an opportunity to go to smaller batches and get some additional learning from it. So Pat, next slide. So the action plan was to release the data in smaller batches. We wanted to get the analog instruments going, but that large chunk of on-off valves, we decided to break into several releases that would allow us to level the workload between the process and INC group. And it gives the client the additional time they needed to nail down the specifications. The confirmation of the process was that we were able to get the work done in the same time, even though we missed our first milestone date, but the stress level on the team was greatly reduced. The learning was, there were a lot of different requirements for the on-off valves that the instrumentation guys needed, and it varied by types of service, by size of valves, and that the standard forms that we'd been using were really not adequate. And by having multiple handoffs each week, we had a discussion. What we were providing, was it fit for purpose, and how to adjust that. And we gained additional learning in that, and the process became smoother each week as we turned things over. So we're trying to standardize on that process now. We still do our pull plans, and we try and stay high level where we think that makes sense. But where we see opportunities to break things into smaller batches so that we can establish the flow, get the team in a cadence of turnovers, and start learning what the customer's requirements are, it provides a lot of help to the team, and it ends up providing better quality information all the way through. So it all helps with the learning process. So again, what did we learn? Creating large batches of information initially for the process conditions for a wide range of instruments. It felt like we were maintaining the schedule, but in fact, a lot of the key data would have been missing, so we were creating rework and waste. By examining the content of each handoff, we were able to break the batches into smaller pieces and better understand the customer requirements and improve our ability to deliver the right information at the right time. During this project, we also started using pull plan metrics of percent of promises completed and reasons for variance to better understand how the team was working. Some additional learnings we had improved our process and the quality as well. Early in the project, we found that getting the right staff transitioned onto the project was critical to meeting early commitments, and something in the engineering business not easy to do, right? We're always busy, and getting people off of jobs and on to new projects is always tough. The related item to that was estimating capacity and productivity, because a lot of people are transitioning, they're multitasking. Trying to get that estimated on the pull plan, get our dates accurate, was a lot more challenging than we thought it was. We thought we knew how long it took things to do activities, but when we actually put stickies on the board, we found it was more challenging at the beginning of the project. The benefit, the visual benefit of the pull planning wall was huge. Once the teams got used to it, we found department meetings were occurring in front of the wall. People were walking up the wall to understand how the process was coming together, and it reinforced their commitments because they knew how it impacted each handoff and their customers. It also helped us with our client. The client was not executing this as a lean project. This was an experiment we were running within our office. But when they had questions, we'd take them back to our area and walk the wall. And almost every time we did that, it led to refinements in the process and in the plan. Somebody mute their mic, getting some feedback on the line. The other thing that we learned is in trying to process a large batch, the engineers tend to make assumptions. And rather than do that and process things with incomplete information, we were breaking things into smaller batches and trying to get the information completed. So we actually started using that as a reason for variance within our reporting structure to help us improve. I was really hoping to see people in person so we'd have more of a discussion on these topics, but hopefully you guys can drop some questions in the chat, and at the end of the presentation we can talk through any questions you might have. And
Steve, I do have a question coming in, but I'll wait till you get to the end of your presentation, then I'll pull the questions up.
Okay, great.
So just let me know when you're at the last slide, and then I'll take control with the question.
Okay. Next slide, Pat. This second example was kind of the opposite end of a spectrum. This was a mega project that I was involved in where we were given about a 9-month schedule to design a factory with about 30,000 pieces of equipment. And we were really struggling with how we were going to manage that much information. This was a long-term client of ours in an industry that we had worked in a long time. We've done a lot of automation of our drawings in other systems, but we were really looking at how we were going to collect all of that equipment information and have the electrical team do all the design work they needed to do and produce their documents and keep all of the information coordinated. When I first started in the engineering building, we used to yellow line drawings and check everything off one at a time. And we started talking about how to do that in a project this size, and it would take more than 9 months to issue a few review packages and get that done. So that obviously wasn't going to work. So in lean terms, we were looking at how do we optimize the whole and how do we drive waste out of this whole process so that we could do the work the right way the first time and minimize the amount of checking and inspection that we needed to do. As I mentioned, we already had some databases. We had a scope database that kind of gave us the overall structure of the project, and that was also used for cost control and tracking within our model. So everything went into a Navisworks model was tagged with the scope element ID. We were also using Revit for the electrical design. So the question was, could we use the Revit data to populate the equipment list and link that back to the scope database so that all of the information tied together and we had tags and we didn't have people going in and entering individual pieces of information that would have to be checked. Because again, trying to go through 30,000 line items in an equipment list to make sure that you've got the right starter number is a little bit of a daunting task. Next slide. So working with the electrical team, we came up with the idea of linking the Revit design module to the equipment list. We found a piece of software that would help us do that. And then we also created a link from the scope database to the Revit design. And We did a lot of testing to make sure that that would work, but we did confirm that the hierarchy would work. So scope and design were linked together, and then design data with scope tags were pushed down into the equipment list. And then the scope tags were manually put in by the designers as elements were modeled within the 3D model. We've taken that process and tried to standardize it. We're locking it in. We actually were just awarded another project with this client. So we're looking to reapply all these learnings and standardize that electrical workflow and the equipment list format that we developed specifically for this project that ended up being the bridge between the electrical design and the scope database has become a standard. And it just saved us a huge amount of time in trying to produce a project on this scale with this kind of timeline. So again, how did this impact quality? The big learning was looking at the whole process before we got started. We created a high quality system by optimizing the whole, the elimination of the need to duplicate data entry. Essentially what we did with the databases was created pick lists so people could select what they needed. The data was filtered to make sure that they were working in the right area to help the team so they were focused on what they needed to do. And it allowed us to use an audit approach to quality checking instead of trying to use the very old method of 100% inspection because time wouldn't allow for that. Next question, or next slide, please. Hopefully this picture looks familiar. This is ISO. Being a process engineer, I used to work with the piping department. I was a piping department manager briefly in my career. Generating of ISOs and piping drawings has always been interesting because the construction team always seems to redraw what we do. So I picked this example specifically for this. I'm trying to give you an example where it gets more out of the design realm. And this one is really about how we integrated first with our trade partner doing the piping, and then second, pulling the owner in to understand what their requirements were. This was also something that we did for one client in one industry and very quickly found reapplication with multiple projects in multiple industries. And each time we do this, we find additional requirements, but there's a benefit. This example kicked off during the planning phase. Jacobs has a process we refer to as collaborative scoping sessions. I've seen some of the participant lists. A couple of you, I think, have been in sessions with me. We all had team members present. We had trade partners. We had the owner there. We went and defined the scope and then planned what we were going to do and rehearsed the background. So the current situation with this was engineering typically provides design intent drawings. We've started implementing Smart Plant 3D over the last several years. I think this was about 4 years ago that this first started, and we had a lot more capability to generate ISOs. So we were doing an IFOA project. We were partnering with a mechanical contractor, and we started talking about, hey, we have this new capability. What do you guys need? How do you work? How can we make this more seamless and get away from the piping intent models that we would normally produce and then have the trade partner have to redraw it in their system. So we're trying to generate more value in the deliverables that we had and at the same time eliminate waste. And what we found was the engineers often establish the criteria. So we establish the routing strategy. We identify what the priorities of certain lines are, whether they're key materials or large lines. And then the contractor has to rework that because of what they can fabricate in their shop, what has to be done in the field, the size of spools that they can move and transport. There's a lot of requirements that come in from the contractor that often are not included in the engineering part of the design. And then recently we've discovered that the owner had a bunch of documentation requirements. So on the pharmaceutical side of our business, they needed weld maps and slope maps as part of their validation packages. So this was all identified in the collaborative design session. And we started looking at, could we use a single piece of software to meet the needs of everybody involved? Next slide. So we used the scoping session to define the requirements. We got the team together. They worked with groups. And again, everybody was really involved in this because everybody had a stake in it. And we ended up developing an ISO template that met everybody's needs. So it included things that, like the welder sign off, there was a spot on the sheet for it. Not something that we'd ever done when we're thinking of them just from an engineering standpoint, but something that the trade partner had requested. The trade partner worked with us to identify lengths of pipe, how it should be fabricated, where breaks were made. And this ended up with a common standard that we were able to use. We did the bulk of the piping design, but we didn't do all of it. And this common approach was shared with the partners. So no matter who on the team was providing ISOs, it was all done in the same format and it looked transparent. We got additional benefit out of it, going back to the slope maps and weld maps, that we were able to generate these out of the system. It cost us about 1% extra engineering effort to do that, and it would have been significantly more to have the contractor produce those from our drawings. So again, standardization has helped tremendously, relying on a software tool to help us do that. But it has the team really focused on who are our customers, who's using the data, how is it being used, so that the quality of what we're providing and the value it brings to the whole team as they execute is much higher than what we had traditionally done 5 years ago. Again, how did this really improve quality? It's kind of the devil in the details. We were able to give each of our customers, the owner and the trade partner, what they needed in the right format without any rework. Our engineers and designers actually benefited from working with the trade partners and getting a better understanding of what their requirements were, what the issues they often had to deal with in building that into the design. We eliminated all waste. There were no contractor redraws for fabrication, and that also reduced the amount of errors. So as we went through our normal reviews, we got input. What we finally produced was what could go directly to the shop, didn't have to be redrawn, re-inspected, and it smoothed the whole process. The collaboration that we had was just fantastic. Everybody involved in the process really learned something about how the total project executes piping design, and I think everybody got something out of it. This is strictly around piping. We're rolling this out into other disciplines. You know, every trade has its own nuances on how it works. But this has been successful. Like I said, we've been doing this several years where we have collaborative agreements with our trade partners and owner to continue to use this system and continue to grow it. And we're looking for other opportunities with other disciplines to do similar types of things. So to get less out of the engineering design intent type documents into what's more useful in the field. And if you'll click over to the next slide is the last example. So this last example is taking us actually into the construction realm. So the first example I talked about was working around lack of information or having the resources to complete work from a timing standpoint. But we've also found, again, particularly around skidded modularized systems, that we just don't have the information early in design that we'd like to have complete packages. So we end up with holds, we end up with incomplete information, and we need to get that into the field to get construction moving. So how can we do that? And one of the things that we were talking about was, you know, in a lot of lean presentations, we talk about creating a lean culture. And it's always a transition to take an existing team and move them in that direction. So one of the guys had an idea of, well, can we start taking existing processes and morphing them to the intent of more positive lean process? So what we did with this is kind of laid the groundwork during the collaborative design session about what we could do with the engineering deliverables to meet the timeline and when information would be coming in and what we couldn't do. So again, we're trying to optimize the whole, we're trying to respect information as we go through, but we're trying to find a better way to get engineering documents to the construction team and get them the quality they need. The process that we identified that was already in place was the RFI process. It's traditionally been used to measure the quality of the design. I've had a lot of customers tell us the more RFIs they see written, the worse the design is. We wanted to try and turn that around. We've also seen contractors use RFIs as a way to negotiate schedule and pricing relief, that if we can identify there's gaps in information, then that's a reason why their original estimates were not valid. So the team kind of took it on themselves to try and take that process, which is a good way to communicate. Every contractor has an RFI process. We have them as an engineer, to turn that around and use it as a way to convey just-in-time information. Next slide. Again, like some of the other ones, we went back to the collaborative scoping sessions and established what the guidelines were for the minimum engineering deliverables based on when we thought equipment would be ordered, skids and systems, when things would be available, what information we could provide and what we couldn't provide. And then we developed early examples of the deliverables and aligned on the content. And then we also agreed that we would use the RFIs during construction to request additional detail only when needed. The project got into execution, we got into construction, and it started working pretty well. People quit counting the number of RFIs. They realized it was now a communication tool, so it wasn't important. And the team started using the RFI log as a bridge from the design information transmittals to the construction work between partners. And it became a much more positive tool than had been traditionally used on other projects. It was successful. It felt like we were getting the quality by giving the right information at the right time, and it was when people were asking for it. Again, we're trying to leverage the learning from this to continue to engage construction early and engage engineering late to make sure that they're supporting construction and getting issues resolved. And taking what had been a negative process, often something debated between engineering and construction, and make it something more positive. We're continuing to look at other ways to take things like this and use them to modify the culture that we're working with. It's great when you have an IFOA contract and the owner is enforcing that kind of culture or encouraging that kind of culture. But we're finding those are somewhat difficult to execute, and there are other contractual arrangements where we still have people willing to collaborate and participate, and we're trying to find smaller ways to step the team in the right direction to a more positive and engaging environment that produces more quality deliverables through the engineering process. Last slide. I think we're right on time here. So we didn't really define quality up front. It was something I'd looked at, and there's so many definitions, and hopefully you've gotten a sense from our experience here that a lot of what we can do for quality and design is really getting the right information at the right time. Both the first and last examples had to do with that. Reliable commitments, reliable promising has had a big impact on our quality the first time. Just internally within the office, we've seen like 25% increases in productivity when we can get people to seriously take a look at what their customer is asking for, making a reliable commitment in processing the information. The other challenge is always getting the owner, the architect, engineer, and the contractor committed so that we're all working together and we're all pulling in the same direction. The second example was optimizing the whole. This is something that we continue to see. Sorry about that. UPS truck showed up, and it's the benefit of work.
Steve. We need to all wake up anyway. That was good.
Working from home. All right.
You got a guard dog.
Yeah, he's a 120-pound dog that's anything but ferocious. But nobody's going to walk in the door with him going. Sorry about that, folks. But just wrapping up again, you know, looking at trying to optimize the whole as the lean principles have, trying to use technology where we can to do that. It's always a struggle because many of our clients have their own standards, their own systems. So what we do for one client doesn't always work for another, but we're trying to leverage that. It's good to see Smart Plant 3D being accepted and used in more places. So we're leveraging that. And removing inspection steps, you know, helps shorten schedules. I think there's one more slide, Pat. Getting the content and the format right, the collaborative design sessions that we've been using to get everybody on board and provide examples, making sure that what we're going to deliver is fit for purpose is huge in the perception of quality. And then getting the integrated approach on ISO deliverables removes a lot of waste from the whole process. And then lastly, the discussion about right information at the right time. So generally, engineers love to make assumptions to move the design ahead, but we're finding more and more that that's not the best approach, that we need to look at our execution and try and figure out how we can provide information later. And that's really the better solution. And it's something we need to try, but we need partners to work with us to agree to accept that approach. So having a truly integrated team is really the key to having these processes work and be successful.
Excellent. Pat, Steve, we have received several questions. What I like to do is request the screen so I can pull up the questions, and you should be able to see them on your chat as well. I gotta find, I just had it. Share screen, there it is. Okay, my screen should be up. Is that correct for Steve and Pat?
Yes.
Okay. The first set of questions came in from James Hamilton. I'll let you two pick the order of how you would wish to answer this. Based on such high percentage of projects being delivered over budget, do you see more contracts in the future shifting to lump sum? Or do you think clients will prefer reimbursable open type book type of arrangements to be able to have the oversight to see costs?
Yeah, in my project manager role, I just don't have a broad enough oversight to be able to answer that. I don't know, Pat, if you have any better information on trends.
I see a hesitancy with customers to go to a lump sum. I mean, I think on one hand, they believe that it's going to fix the price, which it does, but then on the same token, it makes things a little bit more complicated because you now have the pressure of dealing with, you know, you only get X number of dollars to work with, and you've got to get everything done for that. So, my apologies. So, yeah, yeah, I see more going to a reimbursable or a guaranteed max price as opposed to the lump sum.
Okay. James, let me know if that did not answer your question. The second one, this is a great exercise in fit for purpose deliverables. Where does this lead us for creating only useful information to be shared with the builders, not only pipe, but all trades? It's from Greg Fox, Miller Valentine. And it was during yours, Steve, on the fit for purpose deliverables.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what you're asking, Greg. Can you pop on?
Greg, could you unmute and go ahead and ask directly?
I guess while he's trying to figure that out.
We can always bring it back if you want to go back and go to the last question.
Well, if you don't mind, Joe, I'll go ahead and throw out an initial answer.
Okay.
The second one. One of the things that I talked about was alignment between the owner and the supplier. One of the things that I learned a long time ago is to ask a lot of really, I'm going to use the word penetrating questions to the owner, because a lot of times they don't necessarily know what they want. They just want to have it, well, I want it blue and I want it to not get rained on. So a lot of times you need to pull out of them some of the issues that are important. I have a slide in a different presentation talking about stuff, and I have two different people. They're looking at a single drawing, and the thought bubble is the same concept. And where you really want to get to is where you're actually talking the same thing, and that there is no, you know, you understand what they want, they understand that you know what they want. So that gets into a thing, and that's all disciplines or trade or whatever you want to call it. So I'll stop talking.
Okay, no, it's good dialogue. Then the last question, do you think the RFI process for just-in-time information was proactive, looking ahead as to what will be required or reactive to release information? Now it's from Dave Stutzman.
Yeah, our goal was certainly to make it proactive as much as possible. So the example I keep referring to is, you know, we have skidded systems. So we're trying to get the general design out. We want to get main runs of piping run, but we don't have final connections because we don't have the final skid design. So we're not sure exactly where all the connection points are going to be. So the way we use the process is we were able to issue the design intent. We would show drops to the skid with dimensions to be confirmed. And then when the contractor received the final shop drawings for the skid, they were initiating an RFI to say, okay, let's get together and compare and make sure that the drops are actually connecting the way we expected them to, or, you know, review that and provide additional detail if something needed to be reworked. So, you know, it's when major chunks of information are going to be coming later in the project to have the contractor kind of take ownership for that and engage the engineer to help work through how do we integrate that into the project, rather than delaying issuing packages for months while we wait for skid designs to be completed.
Excellent. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and we'll get ready. Joe Newton of Turner, can you go ahead and request? Okay. And then we'll give give the screen over to you. Let's give a virtual applause to Steve and Patrick.
Yay.
Okay, Turner's coming up. That looks good. Can you see your screen?
We can see the screen from our end. Are you able to see the same screen?
Okay. I see it as well, Joe.
Okay, well, we'll get started. So Joe is not starting this slide. My name's Robbie Hudipol.
That's what I thought, Robbie.
Yeah.
Said you changed. Okay.
He'll be part of the slide as well. Just to kind of start off, Turner's policy is masked within conference rooms. We're going to be presenting 3 of us in one conference room and 1 computer. So holding our policy, we will have a mask, but I think you guys can hear us clear. But just wanted to start that off that way. So
Nice job.
Yep. Can you guys hear us all right before we get started?
Yes, you're coming through clear.
Great. So again, just want to introduce myself. My name is Robbie Hudipol. I'm with Turner Construction. We are here today to present a case study which we have integrated lean processes to help project quality on our recently completed project at Bethesda North, which was called the Thomas Comprehensive Care Center, which is up in Montgomery, Ohio. So presenting today is myself, which I held the general superintendent title for that project. I started the project roughly 3 to 4 months before construction started on site. So I was integrated with the design team, coming through with the SD, DD, and CD design for the project. Also presenting today is Joe Wheatmartian, who was the BIM MEP manager on site. So he was, he oversaw all the coordination for MEPs and all the coordination in the field. And of course, Joe Noonan will be in the presentation as well, which he is the Ohio, Kentucky Regional Lean Manager. So we're going to be presenting on 1 computer. So we'll be coming and going throughout this presentation, but we'll get started.
Hi everyone, I'm Joe Newton, and pretty excited to be able to present today. Obviously, we had hoped that this would be face-to-face and very interactive, but I still appreciate CURT putting this together because we've learned quite a bit already this morning, and hopefully we can share some best practices and some good experiences that we had at this, like Rob indicated, case study here in Cincinnati, Ohio. So the focus of our presentation is how we integrated lean with quality and safety. A lot of times when you think of lean, you focus in on schedule and efficiencies, but that's what I liked about this morning's presentations. It goes a lot deeper than just that. It's about the culture that you establish on your project. So I wanted to pull up this slide. I really like this. It's if you really look at this and you, there's a lot more to lean and the tools of lean. So within this house of lean, the culture of lean, you'll notice the foundation, it starts with planning, doing, and checking and adjusting. And I like this morning, Charlie Dunn, he made a note about pausing and reflecting. And so I would do a self-reflection within your organization and your project teams. Are you truly checking and adjusting? The last sporting event that we had, which was this, it seems like forever ago, but it was the Super Bowl, the Kansas City Chiefs, if you go back and analyze that, in all 3 of their playoff games, they were behind by more than 10 points. And 1 of the 3 games, they were behind by more than 20 points. And so you could argue that they were not very good or they didn't have a great plan coming into the game. But if you noticed on the sidelines, they were really good at making adjustments and coming back from the failures that they were having. And even when they did come back and started to have success, they continued to do that on the sidelines with their teammates, with their leaders on the field and leaders above them. So it's something that you can do within your organization and on your projects. A second key point is the 5 principles of lean. If you're solely focused on last planner or solely focused on a tool and you're not really tying it back to the principles of identifying customer values, both externally and internally, mapping value streams, understanding what, why, and how to create flow and establish pull, and then tying back to checking and adjusting. Do you have an organization that where you are seeking perfection, and it's a culture within your organization? Second, our third key point is the two pillars that you see within our culture of lean is continuous improvement and respect for people. And we're going to talk about that a little bit today, what you can do. But if you don't have that, your structure, your tools will not sustain. They will not be as effective if you don't have those two main pillars. So it's at the end of the day, your goal is that you're looking to cap off and up at the roof is how do you maximize, again, external and internal customers. So sure, the tools are important, but in order for them to sustain, you need to have a good foundation, a good culture with it on your projects, within your organization, of openness, people that are innovative and being creative. So we're going to talk a lot today about how we did that to and focus in on the quality aspect and in some cases safety as well. So
hey guys, I'm Joe Wheatmartian. Like Rob introduced, I was the MEP manager for the Bethesda project. So I did all the coordination and then obviously followed through with tracking all the MEPs in the field. So to get started here, just want to go through kind of a project overview of our case study. So today's project, or what we're going to talk about today, Thomas Comprehensive Care Center was a project in Montgomery, Ohio on TriHealth's Bethesda North Campus. TriHealth is a repeat client for Turner. We've been working with them for over 30 years. And this particular project consisted of two separate structures, a 575 space post-tension parking garage and 140,000 square foot cancer and imaging center. The project was a $62 million GMP, or guaranteed maximum price, and it was a 23-month duration. We did have to turn the parking garage over after 12 months because we took a lot of the parking away when we started construction on the cancer center. So at peak, we had 10 full-time staff, 250 construction workers, and over 30 trade partners on site. There's always significant challenges when you're working on an active hospital campus, trying to make the construction as least invasive as possible, you know, and while ensuring patient and public safety. So the parking garage was located adjacent to the main entrance to the ER. It also served as the main thoroughfare for ambulances. This road had to remain open throughout the construction. The new cancer and imaging building was roughly 20 feet away from an existing outpatient surgery center, as well as an infusion cancer treatment center. So both of those had, you know, noise and vibration sensitivities that we had to be aware of on site. So TriHealth's vision for this building was to bring a world-class care facility to all their patients under one roof. So this building basically brings all of their imaging, heart, and cancer treatment together in one building, which before this opened this past winter, basically they had 4 or 5 different buildings that patients had to traverse to receive these care services. So our plan the rest of this session here is just to kind of give you an idea of the things that we did on how we integrate quality with the lean process.
Thank you, Joe. So the first thing we want to get into is just talking about an internal process here at Turner, which involved the launch and mapping of the job. So I'd like to explain what processing mapping is and why we selected project launch as a topic and how we perform this internally and the value we got out of it for this project. So first off, just talking about the process mapping, and easy explanation that I always say is, you know, process map is just selecting the process, listing out each activity, and putting the activities in an order which it will occur. So this helped lay out the schedule and requirements of each department in the process. This also gets every internal department involved up to speed with the target end goal, which is great because that gets the team aligned and it builds accountability from the departments to departments throughout the operations in the field. So Why was project launch selected as the topic for this? We selected this because every project goes through project launch phase, as we know, and setting up the project correctly from the start is the key for success. So that was the main reason why we selected it. For any project, especially here locally, a large amount of work is required prior to the work beginning in the field. So this process review we completed helped lay out department schedules to better understand their loads, which helped the quality of work being performed. So once the process was mapped out, we incorporated some additional lean practices to help the team align and increase the quality of work with the launch. So prior to meeting one, we established a waste issue, what bothers you board. It's actually to the right of this picture that we took here. During the time that we were mapping out a launch of a job, as department heads explained their steps and processes, issues from past launches or concerns were added to this board. So we were able to compile a lot of these items, and then after each meeting, this list was compiled, and people or groups were assigned to complete an A3 on this issue. This helps identify the speed bumps that could occur and helps eliminate before they become an issue. The document tracking board in turn helped with the continuous improvement of launch process for Turner by increasing the quality of our project launch and also for future jobs that are going to be launching here in the near term. So during the second and third meeting, as we were going through these processes, which we held every month, starting roughly around 3 months before the job started, we also incorporated the concept of customer and value add. Each department had, during this, had to first categorize each of their activities as value created work, incidental work, or waste. So there's different colors on the Post-its that identify this. So once we identified these activities, we targeted to eliminate the waste and reduce the time spent on incidental work. By eliminating the waste and reducing the time spent on these incidental work items, we found more time spent on value add activities, which gave us a more quality and detailed launch for the project. In addition to value add exercise, each department needed to identify the customer. So internally, the customer for us here in Cincinnati are department to department. So once these departments were actually able to identify where their work goes to downstream or upstream, they're requested to ask these questions. Am I providing what is needed? Am I providing you too much? Can I provide or can I improve what I'm sending you? This helps with collaboration of each department head and provided a higher quality product to the downstream departments receiving the information. So again, this was laid out 3 months before the job started. We introduced all the internal departments. We also incorporated the architect and engineer and the owner in regards to this to build that entitlement and to actually get the commitments from everybody to track throughout the launch phase for a successful project launch when it was actually scheduled. So now I'm going to turn it over back to Joe Newton.
Okay, so another concept that we implemented at B North was study action teams or SAT groups. And again, why was so that we could deepen the alignment within our project team, align each other, align our organization and our teams, and then hold each other accountable to that alignment. So a study action team is much like you see on this illustration. You have a lot of folks over on the left that are misaligned or not necessarily aligned. We do a study action team, again, in order to become aligned. So that's kind of the why. The what and the how is you may go and you may, the intent is to read a book or read the contract or the scopes of work or your site-specific safety plan. In this case, we had our project team read the quality plan. And so by doing that, they read it on their own, and then we come together as a group several times in meetings and start putting together an action plan on an action plan on this is what we've read and what are we going to do in order to ensure that we're following and aligned in performing the work per the quality assurance and quality control plan.
Awesome. Thank you, Joe. So we want to jump into how to actually conduct a study action plan. And what I would like to explain is a study action plan that we did on the project side and how we set it up and why, and how it related back to quality and tracking. So the first step for a study action team is to select a topic. For this specific study action team, we decided to pick quality assurance and quality control as the main topic. The main reason we decided to pick QA/QC is to gain knowledge on the subject matters and also to teach the younger staff that we had on the project by assigning a senior leader to the team as well to go through the details of these specific trades. We decided to take the project on-site staff, separate into 4 teams with a senior leader, which were the team facilitators, and designate a specific trade of work to review quality items such as flooring installation or duct work, so forth. So each group was tasked to a specific trade of work to study, which required drawing and specification reviews, so the contract documents, in addition to setting up a meeting with the trade partner to review quality measures they need to uphold. So once the team completed the research, they met and review what they have learned and noted. This gave the group opportunity to ask questions or give comments as a team. They also were able to brainstorm on how we can improve and discuss any changes needed to help improve the quality assurance, quality control program on site. Through the research, each individual team collaborated in one document, which listed out the main quality assurance items and also what everyone on site needed to review from a quality control point in the field. Once the team completed the research, the entire project team met to review each individual collaborated study. This was an opportunity for everyone to listen and learn the specifics on each quality trade item. This also was the time to discuss what changes needed to occur and what actions can be implemented to help improve QA/QC program on the job site. We found a great success on this also. Quality is one of those items that you can't do too great on. And I think this was a great opportunity for each one of the staff members to listen and understand what they truly should be looking for out in the field, especially some younger staff that still don't have exposures or have lived through the issues of not upholding the quality. So this was a great way for everyone to learn, teach, and just understand as a whole package on site the quality control plan that we have implemented on the job site using a study action team. So I'm going to turn this back over to Joe Wheatmarson.
Thanks, Rob. So looking at quality on our job. So what is quality? Quality by our definition is providing a product that is suitable for the intended purpose that satisfies the owner's expectations. So that begs the question, what are the owner's expectations? And you don't know that unless you sit down and meet with them. So that's something that we did early on in the project before construction gets underway and just understand from their perspective, their expectations. So in a nutshell, to summarize what came out of that meeting, basically providing a world-class building that not only looks amazing, but that is built to last and can be maintained as efficiently as possible in concert with maintaining patient and public safety during all phases of construction. So that begs the question, how do we do that? So as Turner, we create a document that we include with our bid manual, our quality control plan. So this document identifies our definable features of work, which are tasks that are separate and distinct from other tasks that have separate control requirements. And it assigns project quality control responsibilities and expectations for all parties involved. So that includes the owner, the architect, engineers, subcontractors, and construction manager. So our plan focuses really on 3 phases. The first phase is pre-construction, pre-installation meetings. And the purpose of these meetings is to engage the subs early on in the process. We bring them on site before beginning work. We review their scopes of work. We talk through safety. We look at submittals, specifications, and drawings. And really, this meeting is meant to familiarize them with the project, lay out our expectations, and identify constraints that are going to prevent them from doing their work. So it's really providing that alignment, the team alignment there. The second phase is our first installation observations. And what this is when a sub comes on site and starts installing a new definable feature of work that we've identified in our quality plan, we do a meeting to review that installation with the architect, engineer, and owner, just to ensure everybody's expectations are being met. So that way they don't get halfway through the project and we realize it doesn't meet the standards of what the architect was looking for and he has to do all that rework. And then the third phase are just follow-up inspections. These are basically QA/QC walks where our staff will do dedicated walks on a set time schedule, just to review that, you know, the quality remains up to par based on that first installation. So how do we ensure all parties are held accountable and the program is being followed and not just another piece of paper in the bid manual? So the plan does a great job of identifying which party, whether it's the CM, AE, owner, or sub, is responsible for the various aspects of the plan, but it doesn't necessarily identify specific individuals within the party who are responsible for each task. So early on in the project, it was pretty easy to make sure we were kind of in alignment with our quality plan. You know, as a lesson learned, as we kind of went along, we struggled a little bit with who was responsible for each thing, specifically within each company. So what we did to align us better, and you'll see a picture of it on the right side of the screen there, the quality checklist. We created a visual document that was posted in our meeting space that identifies specific individuals for each party on the project that's responsible to complete each phase of the plan for each definable feature of work. And we put dates to it that align with our schedule. We put this in our meeting space, and it really just was a good way for us to hold each other accountable, and everybody could see it on the daily, so it was always, you know, front and center. So this helped provide the alignment and accountability, like I said. And we made sure to touch on this in our daily meetings. I'll turn this back over to Rob. Talk through our mock-ups.
Awesome, thank you, Joe. So getting into some specific mock-ups and testing, just want to go through why we set them up this way, the procedures we perform, testing out in the field, and some of the lessons learned that we encountered through all this. So first off, the building itself was constructed out of a rain screen, which if you're familiar with the rain screen, there's a two-layer system that you have the actual rain screen, and then you have a secondary terracotta panels for this specific job. That quality on this project in regards to the water and actual rain screen was very high. We understand that this is probably the biggest thing that we can concentrate on quality-wise on the project. So the first mock-up on the left of the screen was the exterior veneer mock-up, incorporating windows, curtain walls, details, everything we could think of. So a lesson learned from us was this timing base. So our design was not done before we released this mock-up, just to get the materials on site to fit on the construction schedule. So the mock-up panels themselves on the left screen aren't the correct terracotta color, but we decided to continue to perform that mock-up to answer all the questions, understand the details, and really get into understanding how we're going to put this thing together the best way. Following that, the middle picture, you'll see a water test. This is our punched window. We actually hired a third-party consulting firm, Criterium, to come out and do an exterior rain screen consulting study. We bought 3 mobilizations with them to come outside and test. So this is an example of us testing the punch windows, which we went through the job and tested out. I believe it was 20% of the windows, which came out great. We found a couple of the items that needed to be fixed through the job, and was another great opportunity for us to check the quality. On the right picture, you'll see we're just checking the thickness of the liquid armor that is applied to the exterior rain screen. This application and this testing was upholded on all openings on the job. This was bought out in the beginning through the scope. So those are the main items for the exterior rain screen. So past that, through this job, we were able to also use some other third-party consultants, Tremco for the roofing, Terracon, who was our geotech third party that was on site that did all the site work, concrete and steel. And then we had a couple other consultants that came out and tested our radio frequency and also our radiation testing. Mock-ups, moving through the mock-ups, this was huge to identify what mock-ups we needed and timing based. And through our quality control plan, we identified mock-ups required through collaboration through the design team to get that information out first, but we did mock-ups on the exterior wall. Our typical exam rooms were all mocked up, and some of the specific finishes, which included some specialty panels inside and some terrazzo out in the atrium. Testing wise, like I said, water testing for the exterior. We also completed a radiation testing, which included the linear accelerators, the CT rooms, and we had an X-ray machine also. And then on top of that, last testing was our radio frequency testing for MRIs, which we bought through the install crew once the room was completed to test that RF shielding. So turning it back over.
Thanks, Rob. So kind of moving forward here through the quality, our quality vision here. So I just want to kind of share with you Turner's lean vision real quick, so our vision statement says lean maximizes customer value by eliminating waste through continuous improvement and respect for people. And we do this by using the PDCA method that Joe talked about a little bit earlier. So the plan, do, check, adjust. So just a few minutes ago, I was talking with you kind of about our plan and how we executed that plan. But that really only represents half the continuous improvement circle. So the last two parts are checking and adjusting, really to see how we're doing, to really drive the quality of the project to meet the client's expectations, and really go above and beyond what their expectations are. So we did this by putting tools and procedures in place to ensure alignment and clear communication with all parties involved. So this particular project, as I mentioned, we utilized BIM, or Building Information Modeling, which I'm sure most of you guys are familiar with. And there's several advantages to using this program. So first of all of the parties are included in the process. So we bring the AE and owner in for coordination meetings, and mainly that's to ensure that what we're designing or coordinating within the 3D model meets their expectations. This also allows us to review constructability by bringing the architectural model in, and just making sure the MEP systems work with the architectural features, as well as reviewing access requirements for equipment for future maintainability. And that's really what the owner cares about at the end of the day. So this also allows us to do prefabrication of materials off-site, which reduces on-site install time, and it increases the quality because we can do all that work within a controlled environment. And lastly, one of the biggest things we did on this project was, with the BIM being out ahead, we were able to get all the hangers installed before any of the walls went up on site. So this not only increased the worker safety on site, but it also increased the efficiency for the installations as well. So the next program that we used was BIM 360 Field. We use this for our punch list system, and it's a very powerful tool. And what this really allowed us to do was to house all of our inspections and punch lists in one location. So all the QA/QC field reports that we did on site, the architect engineer field reports, owner walks, and all the punches were housed in the one program where all parties, all subcontractors have access to it, provides real-time updates, and it also has powerful reporting tools, which I would like to talk with you about now. So for this particular project, we broke the building up into 9 areas. So as we move from one area of the building to the next, we were able to review the data that was being input into the BIM 360 to see if there were any trends that we could identify to improve our process as we went along. So what we found was when contractors went from one area to the next, we're seeing a lot of the same items appearing on the punch list. So we're able to take this information, review it with the individual trades and their crews, and really focused on what the inspectors were looking for to eliminate future punch list items and rework. So by checking the work, we were making these adjustments, and these adjustments allowed us to see a reduction in deficiencies identified by 75% by the last area of the building. So this improvement not only reduced waste throughout the project, but it also improved team morale and allowed us to deliver the project ahead of schedule. So I'll turn it back over to Joe here, and he's going to talk through the LPS.
All right, so this morning there was a little bit of discussion about last planner. I really enjoyed the tact planning discussion and presentation. So we do implement last planner, and we've had some good consulting over the years, not just with the tools, but also with the lean culture. David McNeil, I noticed he was on the call. Julie Glassmeyer with On Point. So we have had some outside professional consulting that have helped us along the way. So we're not experts at it, but I will say that with like phase pool planning, that when we do that, we break that up, and first off, we're pulling between milestones from our master schedule. And when we are pool planning, it's obviously a collaborative process with our trade partners and the last planners that are performing the work. And so we break up that work into small batches. So the tasks and durations that we're capturing into our production plan, which we use P6, it's typically maxed out at 5 to 7 days. So the question that you could ask yourselves within your organizations or on the projects that you're working with, are they tying quality and safety into that production plan? So we made it a point with everything that Rob and Joe had talked about we made it a point to ensure that from a quality perspective, a safety perspective, that those tasks or milestones that need to happen, whether it's a pre-installation meeting or it's that phase 1 inspection, that's getting tied into that's part of our production plan. And so when you move to that third component, make-ready planning in short is making the work ready 6 to 8 weeks out, which again needs to include quality and safety. So that little board, that little visual management board that you see to the right of make-ready planning, that was our constraint board. And it would include quality and safety items. We did the same thing with weekly work planning. Are there any pre-task plans or job hazard analysis that need to be performed in front of the work as opposed to rushing and doing it as the work is starting? And then that fifth component is how are we doing? So that's a big piece of that is the learning. You know, how reliable is our planning? Why are we unreliable? Does it have to do with safety or quality? Because I would argue that before you improve efficiency on your job or try to speed up your job, if it's not high quality and if it's not high safety, you're just going faster, putting in unsafe work or poor quality work, which is just going to lead to a lot of rework. So fix the quality or improve the quality and safety before you improve the efficiency. Another component or tool that we implemented at this project was 5S. We actually brought the entire project team together and in the middle of the day in a big open space on the slab on grade, and we coached the trades on 5S, the whys, the what, and the hows. We walked through with them the why, what, and how with each one of the components of it: sort, straighten, shine, and how do we standardize and sustain it. So there's a lot of benefits with 5S. You're going to improve individual and team morale. There's going to be a huge impact on the safety and the quality, and without a doubt, the culture. If you think back to your home life, your family life, if you didn't have a 5S kitchen or a 5S garage, how does that affect the morale of your family? So it's going to create the right environment. It's going to demonstrate respect for people, which again is one of the main pillars that supports this tool. You want to get everyone involved and build self-discipline. And I would argue that this is very low cost, but it has a high impact. So it will improve the safety and the quality performance on your project. And then another tool that we use, it's kind of funny that 10 years ago, we moved from paper and we wanted everything to be electronic. And now within our organization, within the last couple of years, we've really moved to make everything that you're doing visual. Whether it's your individual tasks and responsibilities and your project responsibilities and tasks. So I think this sentence says it all. It fuels our culture as an organization. There's some examples that Rob is going to share, but I'll just list some of them. Joe had talked about conditions of satisfaction. Understand within your customers what are the conditions of satisfaction and make them visual. What are some customer values? What are those values and make them visual? A safety accountability calendar. If you want to improve the alignment of your safety performance, have a safety calendar that aligns each one of your staff members. Your make-ready planning boards, constraint boards. We had a QA/QC alignment board. It was literally, it was very visual. It showed who, what, and how. So it was holding each other accountable, and it was alignment. KPIs, key performance indicators. The conditions of satisfaction for your clients, us, and our project partners. It's a measure of success. Make that visual. And at the end of the day, it's gonna just tie back to showing respect for people and a culture of continuous improvement.
Thank you, Joe. You didn't use all my visual management. So jumping into the visual management, we have a few listed out for the job. So, the first thing is just to kind of understand what we consider visual management. So kind of the Turner quote is, promotes a workplace where all associates understand and manage their own work in a safe, clean, organized environment that fosters open communication, pride, and continuous improvement. So some of these examples, we'll start on the top left of the screen. This is a crew tracker. So there was actually 4 floors to the new project. So this is an example of one of the floors, which we had all 4 on a magnet board. And what this crew tracker is every week we do our weekly work plans and we review them with all the trade partners. And what happens is during that time, they lay out their crew. So there's a specific color per trade. So green is the electrician, yellow is mechanical, pink was the plumber. And what we want to do is identify where they'll be working the following week. They make adjustments every day to their magnets on the huddles that we performed on site. And what this does is it shows the batching of the work, and it confirms our tack timing that's occurring on each one of these systems that's going through the building. We also were able to see when crews stacked on top of each other, which occurs more than you would think. So this helps us eliminate that before it's an issue. So this was a great asset for us to understand where people are, and we can see the flow through the job broken out per area. So this was used every day through our huddles, and people took pride of it. And it helped us all communicate as a team and align on where people are and have the reliability that they'll be done and out of the way before the next crew comes in. So worked out very great. The bottom pictures is a photo of one of our pool plans. So typically what we want to do is we keep our pool plans up for the first batch of work. So as Joe said, we batch our work between areas. So we'll actually just pull one of those batches and leave it up till all the trades go through. And what we do is we use this as a reference guide for trades to actually get their input and make sure that they are following what they said on the post-it when they did the pool plan a few months before the work started. So it's a great resource. It's a great way for them to understand what does need to be adjusted on the next phase to make sure that we're just tactful through our schedule. And then once we go through that batch, we'll pull it down and put up the next pool plan. We save these pool plans that's incorporated into our construction schedule in Oracle P6, but we like leaving it up. The contractors understand it. It's their notes. It's their buy-in. It's a great way to just keep everyone organized. The next one on the top right is an example of a Turner job that's using a visual management for quality. So again, we can't do too much with quality. You never can outperform quality on job sites. So what this does is it lists out upcoming inspections, upcoming mock-ups, when those dates are and who's going to be responsible for them and following through with them. So it lists out the specifics. And again, this visual helps align the entire team, the entire project, and it gets buy-in from people because when you walk in the office, you see this. It's the first thing you see, and everyone understands the schedule and the requirements needed for this quality. So moving on to PDCA and continuous improvement. So we're going to list out a few of the things we did on the job, but in essence, you know, we all in the industry are being asked to build faster, build cheaper, build with less trade labor out there. So we have to change. We have to perform work differently. The processes that we did 5-10 years ago in regard to quality and safety have to change, or we're not going to be able to keep up with all these demands. So we listed out some of these things, some of these lean processes that helped us out on the project site, that helped increase our safety and quality and also schedule, which in turns help out everyone on the job. So the first top left one, this is the waste issue, what bothers you board that we created during the project launch that we discussed earlier in the slides. Jumping across, or we can just go down. The next one's what we call the 8 waste. So this was a great way to extract information from our trade partners. We just listed out, and the 2 columns on the right is for the office or field staff, and we hand them out. And this is a way for us to understand what they're seeing is being waste out in the field. Is the material being laid in the right slot? This also is a great way to find out safety issues or concerns out there and getting their buy-in and actually them seeing us working on what they said and getting a outcome of it is a great way to build our relationship with the trade partners. And this was just a great tool for us on the job. Top right is a plus delta. So we always felt that a plus delta was always nice to have every week, every month, depending on the type of meetings. Again, this is a way to extract information from the foremen, the project managers, the owners, the design team, to find out, is there something out there that's bothering you? Is there something that you think can be changed to better us? And we get a lot of information out here. The key to the plus delta is when you get deltas is follow through on those items. Don't just write it on the board and get rid of that piece of paper. Follow through. And then next time you meet, talk to them about what they might have changed or what you might have changed. And again, that builds that teamwork. It helps us promote safety, it helps us perform continuous improvement, and really helped us on the job. The last item is the bottom right. This is our project percent plan complete. We call that our PPC. This is tracked weekly based on our weekly work plan. Again, the design of the schedule with the help of the design team is we actually batched our areas in the job into 9 areas that were all equal square footage. So we understood week by week if items aren't getting done, what needed to be adjusted so that the following week it did get fixed. And this was throughout a 2-year construction duration. And we found a great outcome following through this, especially through some of the tougher detailed equipment rooms, some of the specialty rooms, what needs to change so we can uphold the schedule. So again, this was great to track and just kind of keep documenting throughout their job. So that is the end of our slides. I know there's questions or answers, and this.
Okay, Joe, I'm going to go ahead and Robbie, I'll go ahead and take it back. We have a couple of questions. We'll take them now. I know we're a little bit over on this one, but we carried from earlier, so no problem at all. And then when I'm finished, we'll turn it over to Anne Marie Turnquest from Ohio Valley Chapter LCI. So I'm going to share screen. Okay, the first question on Turner presentation. Study action teams of project documents is an interesting idea. Did that lead to revisions to the various plans? And why not do that as part of the authorship? And it was from Al Schwarzkopf of Merck.
I can take that one. So yes, We did make adjustments and revisions to our quality plan based on our study action team. We found that study action teams are a great way just to learn the documents. We've done this with scopes of works. We've done it with specs. We've done all different things on the job site. And yes, absolutely. Not only does it help us learn the information, but it makes us learn what we need to improve on. And we did make a lot of changes on our quality control plan, which included adding that visual management board so we can build entitlement on who's responsible for what.
Okay. Okay, the next one was a kudo comment to all yous. Kudos to the team for using a study action team to produce alignment on the quality control plan. Brilliant. Hal Maycomer provided that comment to all you guys. Then coming in from David McNeil on the 5S slide that was shared, what is the rubber band effect tool example that you all discussed?
That's a good question. Sorry, I was loud. So what that effect is that at the end of the day, just like at home, everything has a place, has a home. So at the end of the day, you just utilize duct tape and Sharpies to label your gang boxes. And at the end of the day, if there's something missing, you'll know it. So it's the rubber band effect. It goes back to where it originated at the beginning of the day.
Okay, and then the last one is a statement to you all. A tracing and location tool, perfect for what we may need in the future. That was from Greg Fox. Okay, Anne Marie, if you're online, if you could go ahead and request and start sharing your slides. Let's give it a virtual applause to the Turner team. Thank you very much, Joe, and Robbie.
Thanks, everyone.
Nice job. Anne Marie, are you online?
Have you unmuted me?
You should be good to
Yes.
go.
Okay.
You're good to go.
Sorry about that. I had some issues. So thank you all for the opportunity to talk to you. My name's Anne Marie Thernquist. I work for Danis Building here in the Cincinnati area. We're a company that's based out of Miamisburg, Ohio, which is near Dayton. We're a large healthcare GC/CM. We also do work with private and industrial as well. But the reason I'm talking to you today is because I am also the chair of our core team for the Ohio Valley Community of Practice for the Lean Construction Institute. And I want to talk to you about what it is we're doing, what it is other people are doing, and why you should be concerned about that, why you care. So the big thing is, you've all just been through this great day of all this wonderful information on Lean, and now you're going to go back to your offices, go back to all of the people that you normally do business with, and the big thing is how not to lose this. So you'll be able to share it within your company, but there's also a whole lot of benefit to sharing with your local community. So you want to learn how to make your projects more productive, make your life easier. I know when I come back from a conference, I want to go further, and your COP, your community of practice, is a great resource to help you on that lean journey. So what is a community of practice? A bunch of like-minded individuals. We're really similar to chapters of professional organizations, but unlike a chapter, we call ourselves a community of practice because we are all working together to embrace lean, to continue on our lean journey as we go to mastery. So we are officially sanctioned groups by the Lean Construction Institute, and we are able to bring LCI's resources to a local level. And this is a group of people who are all committed to improving the construction industry. So it's wonderful that we all get together and we help grow the whole community. As I laugh with some of my LCI core team members, you've heard from a few of them today, Joe Newton with Turner, Patrick Brady with Jacobs. Sometimes we laugh and say, I don't care whether you teach the subs or I teach the subs, as long as our trade partners start getting on board with this, our clients start getting on board with this, and our architect partners or construction partners, depending on where you are. So we're all working together. So I'll talk to you about the Ohio Valley COP and what we're doing. And I want to preface this by saying that the Ohio Valley group has been here for a long time, long in the terms of lean. We've been a community of practice since 2009. Now, our friends up north, the Northern Ohio COP, are new this year. They worked with us last year, and now they're their own community of practice. So depending on where you are in the country, you'll encounter people that offer different things in our different levels. So we'll talk to you about what we're doing, and if your group is not doing this, maybe you can help them move forward. So we offer 12 lean coffees a year. Lean coffees are pretty common in the COP world. It's where we all get together and just talk about different issues. We have 4 to 6 general events and 4 to 6 trainings. Here in Ohio Valley, we're reaching out with local universities and collaborating with other organizations. And we generally do a group visit to the Toyota plant in Georgetown every year. So let's look at what we did last year. Lean coffee. Ours are on the 3rd Friday of every month from 7:30 to 9 a.m. We rotate locations every 6 months. So it's held at someone's office. Their lean coffees are structured, but they really don't have an agenda. We get together, we all get a sticky notes and write ideas or topics that we want to talk about, and the group votes on them. We discuss each topic for 8 minutes, and then we have Roman voting, you know, thumbs up, thumbs down, as to whether we go on with that topic or we go on to the next topic. And generally, whoever is sponsoring provides us with coffee and donuts. So we also offer training sessions, and these are generally LCI training sessions. Some are full day, some are half day. Last year we did Intro to Lean, Intro to Last Planner, and Target Value Delivery. And these are courses that are led by LCI approved instructors. We also do short course trainings. LCI has developed a number of those, where these are the 6 that we have right now. Last year we did 3 of these in cooperation with the Allied Construction Industries. And we actually just did one Monday on Big Room that was virtual. We actually take our last lean coffee of the year. We call it Simulations and Reindeer Games. So in December, just to be a little more fun, we're doing some of the different simulations that help people understand some of the lean concepts. And they're a lot of fun. We also offer case studies. Last year, it seemed we had a different mix. I know that Danis has done case studies. Joe and his group at Turner have done case studies. We've had several different GCs in the past, CMs. Excuse me, this past year, we did a lot of the design field. So we had SSOE that talked about how they're doing implementing lean. We had KLH engineers, which is a mechanical electrical engineering firm, talk about what they're doing. And then we had a trade partner, Lighthouse Electric, come in and talk about all the different lean implementation they're doing. Everything from prefab, as you can see here, they actually brought examples of what they're doing, to how they're scheduling. So it was a really interesting session that we had with them. The other great thing is happy hours, and this is probably with these, a lot of these events, this is the best part of it, not just because it's a happy hour, but because we have time to talk to one another about what has been said, where we're going with it, time to talk to the presenters and get more detailed information on what you're concerned about. We do a lot of outreach in our area. We actually are fortunate enough to have an professor from the University of Cincinnati who teaches a course in Lean in the construction management department as part of our core team. And he worked with us to develop a panel discussion that we do every year for the students. We bring in Lean practitioners and the students can ask us anything. And they do ask us a lot of questions about Lean. It's just generally scheduled for an hour and a half and then usually goes longer than that. The students are very involved. We also have a student representative on our core team. So that's a big plus. We also try to help other universities in the area. Cincinnati State has a construction management program as well. They're a more tech kind of school. And we worked with them to say, how can we help? Since some of their instructors are adjunct and giving them more to prepare was a tough thing. So we actually said, here are 3 of your main classes: construction management, construction scheduling, and cost engineering. And someone from our team goes into each of these classes every semester to make sure that those students have the same exposure to Lean every year. And then there's the Toyota plant tour and discussion. If you haven't had the opportunity to do so, I highly recommend you tour one of the Toyota plants and see all the things that they do in their Lean practices. We go afterwards to a local establishment, have lunch, and talk about what did we see and how can we translate that to what we do in the architecture, engineering, and construction fields. So that just tells you some of the things that we've done here, at the Ohio Valley last year. For 2020, well, 2020 is looking a little different, as we all know. We had a few Lean coffees, and then we got brave and said, well, let's try to do this virtually. And we did, and it worked pretty well. And one of the things that was really exciting was that we had different people on the line than we usually see. So it wasn't the usual crowd, but we had people from all over the country. We're still doing outreach to universities, and we did have our big room short course event on Monday. That was virtual as well, and that went pretty well. I was very happy with that. I was a little scared when we started, but it went really well. We are looking to do some other things as soon as we're allowed to have more than 6 people in the same space, or 10 people, whatever the governor has said. We're looking to tour the FC Cincinnati Stadium project. Joe, I see you. We're hoping that that happens soon. Jacobs Engineering presented today. We're hoping that they're going to do a case study for us later this year. We're talking about doing some training, A3 problem solving, and doing a Lego simulation training, which is a longer event as well, to help people learn about Lean. We've got the short courses, of course, our reindeer games, the Toyota plant. We're looking at August or September for that. And then we're also talking about taking our Lean practitioner panel that we do for the students and repeating that for the general public, the general construction, architecture, engineering public, so that they have a chance to ask questions of people who are really doing this and talk about how it works for them. So look for where your group is, where your COP is near where you are. But today, this is a really unique opportunity because right now we are not geographically limited. There are all sorts of events going on by all of these communities of practice. And because they're virtual, you can hop on no matter where you are. A lot of Zoom, WebEx, whatever, and people are getting really creative with this. So I encourage you to take that opportunity. So what are some frequently asked questions? Do I have to be an LCI member to participate? No, you don't. They're open to everyone. The Lean coffees generally don't have a cost, but other events, whether they're the case studies with a happy hour or a training, usually have a cost, and that depends on the type of activity they are and what our costs are. Trainings are more expensive, usually due to the fact that we have to get a space, and we have to get an instructor in. And of course, I will tell you that things are cheaper here in Cincinnati than they are in someplace like, oh, California, just because that's the way everything works. How does the membership work? Unlike other things where you pay a membership and then you pay a premium to belong to Cincinnati or Detroit or New York or Los Angeles, LCI works a little differently. We have individual memberships, but there are also corporate memberships. So if your firm is an LCI corporate member, then you are a member. So you'll get that member's rate. And again, the events, lean coffees are free. So why would you want to do this? Why would you want to get involved? One, you can learn from others practicing in the industry. You have access to LCI approved instructors. You can become that person in your organization who is driving the change and moving our industry forward. And it is great to be able to call somebody else up and say, hey, are you using this software? What are you doing? How's it working? And get some other input on what other people are doing. It's a really unique opportunity where we're all sharing on a very regular basis. So where do you go from here? You go to your local community of practice. This map shows you where we have communities of practice. And again, if you're in an area that is not served, right now is a great time to look for a virtual meeting near you. And here's how to find this. How do you get there? leanconstruction.org/events/ will get you to our calendar. And that's the calendar for all of the events that are offered by all of the communities of practice. Then there's, if you go to that same website and you're looking for local communities, you can go back to this map and click on it and find who the people are in your area. And when you look for that, you will be able to contact the chair or the lead for your local community of practice. And I've actually included my email address as well. I'm certainly more than happy to help you out. We do meet all of the chairs from all of the different communities of practice. We meet either in person or virtually 4 times a year. So I know a lot of the people and I can help you meet up with who you're looking for if that's something that I can do for you. And that, Joe, is where we are.
Anne-Marie, thank you so much. We do have some questions that came in. What I like to do is take over, share those questions with the panelists that all spoke this afternoon. So if you all can chime in, I have a couple questions. Let's give Anne-Marie a virtual applause for the great effort that she's done there. Appreciate it. Okay. Okay, I'd like to go back and share the question that Greg Fox asked earlier. So this is directed to Jacobs. And this is a great exercise for fit and purpose. Where does this lead us for creative useful information be shared with the builders, not only the pipe, but the trades? And it's from Greg Fox. Joe, Steve, Greg is online and he can help clarify if you need clarification to that question.
I guess the general answer is, we're trying to get better at all our deliverables and looking at making sure the information that we're providing is what's needed. And if there's information that isn't useful, then, get out of that mode. We've got a good piping team that's kind of been leading the way. That was the example I presented. We're certainly looking at other disciplines and doing that with other trades as we can. Greg, was there any specific thing you were looking for there?
Well, Steve, I just didn't thank you, by the way, for sharing that. That's vulnerable, right, for an engineer to share that their deliverables aren't good. But I didn't say I was that. Just thinking, well, many times they don't meet the end user's need. Not everyone's. I'm just saying that the builder uses less than what's given to them. So is there a trend here that you're seeing or looking at? Are owners also, releasing some of the deliverables that historically are presented? You said you brought the owner into that process too. Did they also release some of their requirements or things that aren't necessarily used for the trades?
Yeah, in that particular instance, because it was a pharma job, they introduced validation requirements, and I mentioned it during the presentation. So they needed slope maps and weld maps to be created to go into their validation set. And typically, those would be produced by them or the validation team, downstream after engineering and construction are gone. But by engaging them during the collaborative design session and understanding what those requirements were, we were able to take our basic ISO package and modify it to have the information they needed to produce those maps. And they came out as a deliverable from our system with really minimal extra cost. And of course, when you look at the overall project scope, it was a huge savings to have us go that way.
Absolutely. Yeah, I just look at all the transition points, right, from design to construct to turnover, and creating them documents once would be beneficial to all projects. And I just was thinking about that.
We continue to have that conversation. I mean, one that I know we've questioned is ductwork design. The tools we use generally are not compatible for the production of sheet metal by contractors, but our owners like to see the ductwork in our models. We're trying to get the owners to bring the trade partners in sooner and let us, map out the ductwork, do the sizing, do the calcs, and then let the trade partner produce the 3D model and integrate it with our design. That would be the right solution, but not all the owners are there yet to bring in partners.
That's great work, though. Thank you for sharing that.
Sure.
I'd like to build a little bit on what Steve was saying also.
Yes, Pat, go ahead.
I coined a phrase. I've been in the life science business for 20 years maybe, but I coined a term which I call validation friendly design. And if you take that and kind of combine it with what I was talking about earlier, when I first kind of addressed this question, if the designer or engineer gets into the head of the owner and basically they can develop together what the actual needs are, you end up with a much better product at the end when design actually goes out the door. Because as I said, validation friendly design, or even the fact that everybody is all on the same place. I had a client down in Louisiana and I had to tell them it was a high-speed transfer of silica material, and I had to tell them it ain't going to work. What you want to do won't get there. But then I had a solution. Said if you go with this company, they have the technology to be able to do what you want to do, and that just tickled them to death. So, and the solution or the actual application met their goals. So anyway, I'll stop talking.
Oh, no, that great dialogue. Thanks, Greg, for asking the question, and Pat and Steve for coming back and addressing the question as we just discussed. For Anne Marie, we have some testimonials. CURT has a great relationship with several of the COPs. We've had the Charleston COP online back in November, and now we've had the Ohio chapter. We also have LCI National actively involved in lean over several of the 14 past events that we've had. So it's been a great relationship that we continue to grow and build and complement each other on. I'm also, this is from Al Schwarzkopf, academia is on the core team as well, and the CURT Lean Product Delivery Committee is considering a virtual lean coffee for the CURT members this summer. So any feedback, comments, thoughts, send them to Al Schwarzkopf of Merck. So great testimonial and great compliment there. Those are all the questions that I've captured for the afternoon session, as well as addressing the questions for the morning session. Before I move to the final wrap up and summary, if there are any other questions, we do have a few minutes. If you would like to ask your question, direct it to who you would like to direct it to, and unmute your phone to talk, or unmute your audio. We can hear you, and then go ahead and ask. So I like to open it up to any of the attendees that are on the call still remaining. We have a big group. Please state your name and company as you ask your question. Okay. 1, 2, 3, silence golden. I'm going to go ahead and continue to move forward. We've completed the afternoon panel. I'd like to do just a quick review of what we started today with. Basically, it is our first virtual summit event held for CURT outside of the webinars that we debundled some of the initial speakers that were going to be face-to-face, and they graciously honored to do a 1-hour webinar prior to these sessions held this week. We've had a great set of speakers, a great set of topics covered, and we have the safety event going on in parallel to this one. So we have 2 virtual events going on right now. We've had the opportunity to ask questions throughout the session. We shared values, ads, relevant information to improve the businesses. Hopefully you're taking that away and being able to go back to your companies and apply the tools and techniques and some of the thoughts that were shared today. We shared a lot of perspectives from all different industry professionals, owners, architects, engineers, construction, trade partners, insurance providers. And we talked the benefits of tax planning and the connection to quality and lean, and the benefits of integrating lean with quality. One of the earlier comments I was hearing last fall for all the events for this year was the connection of quality back to, if it's offsite construction, lean, safety, technology, and productivity that's coming up in November, is the owners felt that the quality has been decreasing some as we've proceeded forward over the last couple of years. And that's why we wanted to kind of make the connections with each of the different summit events on its connection and link with quality. So that's what we tried to do here today, in a much more condensed version of what we were originally planning, which was a hands-on tax training, planning class in the morning. We'll probably still reschedule that at some point in time when we go face-to-face again. We talked about the value of the lean construction community of practices, and thank you, Anne-Marie Turnquist and the Ohio Valley chapter of LCI for being part of today. And we covered a lot more subjects, and there's been a really nice sizable group on the thing. We've had probably 80+ people online in and out throughout today, believe it or not. So it's been a great session. Closing wrap-up thank yous. I'd like to thank all of you, the audience, for participating and making today a special event. Also, if you could take the moment to provide the feedback, it is important to us as we move forward, because we don't know when this COVID-19 is going to be fully lifted. We also know there's a business essential travel going on for the rest of the year for many companies. So I believe virtual will be part of a standing event ongoing for CURT. So any feedback that we can continually improve on, I would greatly appreciate it. And I know the CURT organization would appreciate it as well. I'd like to thank our speakers. Oh, I got out of sync here. This is our CURT members. I'd like to thank the CURT staff for all that they have done. And I'm going to try to go back if I can Whoop, that's all, folks. I'd like to thank all the speakers as well. I did have all their pictures up, but I had them earlier on, and it looks like it was taken out of the slide deck accidentally by me last night. So I'd like to thank all the speakers and the great topics that they presented. If you have any final comments or feedback, again, please take a moment to apply the survey. I wish you a safe, healthy rest of the week as you go back to work for some of you, and stay healthy for you and your families. Have a great rest of your day.
Joe, I just want to take a quick second and say thank you to you for all the hard work you've done putting it all together, and the rest of the planning team, and my co-chair Rob, and all for all the help we've had with the Lean project delivery. One other thing, just to keep in mind, our committee is also putting out right now the Project Excellence Award. So if the submissions are open, you're more than welcome, to submit your projects as a team. It does need owner approval to submit your projects, but anything that was completed basically over the last year or year and a half, you're more than welcome to submit on those. And then also the CURT CISE Awards, the Safety Excellence Awards, and Workforce Awards are also there. Go to CURT.org to look for how to submit, or you can talk with Rob Fisher and he can help you do that. So.
Absolutely. Al, thank you for being the chair. Appreciate it. You and Rob Wagner from Procter & Gamble. So appreciate all your support. Okay, with that said, if there's no last comments or questions, I'd like to say the session is over. That's all, folks. Have a great rest of your day.